Every mind that looks calm in public hides a storm that only appears in the dark. When the world finally stops demanding, when the masks slip off, when the lights go out, your thoughts come forward. The ones you silence during the day, the ones you outrun with work, with noise, with endless responsibilities, and suddenly it's just you and the weight you never meant to carry this far. Not because you lack strength, no, but because no one ever showed you how to rest your mind without guilt. No one taught you how to let go without feeling like you're falling behind. No one explained that mental strength isn't built by pushing harder, but by learning when to release the pressure. We grow up believing tension is normal, that stress means progress, that holding everything together is the price of being strong. But the Stoics saw strength differently. To them, real power wasn't loud, it wasn't forceful, it was calm, it was clarity. It was the ability to look at your thoughts without collapsing under them. They believed that the moment you stop wrestling your mind stops wrestling you. And tonight, that's what you're here for. Not motivation, not discipline, not another speech telling you to do more, be more, push more. You've pushed enough.
Tonight is for something gentler.
A quiet rewiring, a silent rebuilding, a strength that forms not through effort, but through release. This is where the noise softens, where your thoughts begin to loosen their grip, where your body remembers how to unclench, and where your mind learns slowly, gently, that stillness is not weakness, it is recovery. For the next hours, you don't have to try. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to solve the world before morning. All you have to do is lie down, breathe, and allow your inner world to settle. Because the strength you're searching for isn't something you chase. It's something that rises when you finally stop running. Tonight, you sleep with Stoicism. Tonight, you become mentally strong without trying. The mind doesn't fall asleep all at once. It slows in layers, drifting toward a quiet place inside you that rarely gets your attention during the day. There's a softness there, a shift so subtle most people never notice it. But this small transition, the space between being awake and slipping into sleep, holds a kind of power the Stoics understood deeply. It's the point where the mind becomes honest, open, and willing to release what it refused to let go of under the pressure of daylight. This state isn't dramatic or mystical. It's quiet. It's the moment when the body sinks a little deeper into the bed, when thoughts start losing their sharp edges, when the world feels slightly farther away. You're not fully awake, but you're not gone yet. It's a threshold, a gate, a place where the thinking mind steps back and the deeper mind rises forward. And it's here, right here, that your thoughts carry the most weight. Whatever crosses through this gate flows into your dreams, your rest, and your emotional state tomorrow. Most nights, people drag their stress into this moment without realizing it. They replay conversations, arguments, mistakes. They let old fears slip through the gate, and those fears follow them into sleep. The Stoics refused to let the mind drift into darkness, carrying the weight of the day. They treated these final seconds as a chance to guide the mind gently, not to force it, not to silence it, but to soften it until clarity appears on its own. This is the essence of training the hypnagogic gate. It starts with noticing the small signs that your mind is letting go of consciousness, the slight blur in your thoughts, the warmth behind your forehead, the feeling of sinking without moving. These are not random sensations. They are signals. They tell you the gate is opening, and when it opens, your inner world becomes surprisingly teachable. The Stoics believed that strength comes from directing the mind, not wrestling it. In this delicate moment before sleep, that direction must be gentle. You let thoughts appear, but you don't follow them. You let emotions rise, but you don't grab them. Everything is allowed, but nothing is obeyed. The mind learns from this. It learns that not every thought deserves attention, that not every emotion demands action, that peace can exist even while the mind is active. This is how the subconscious begins to shift. Not through effort, but through allowance. You're giving the mind permission to settle the way dust settles in a quiet room, naturally, slowly, without force. And when it settles, it becomes clear. This clarity is why the hypnagogic gait matters so much. It's the only moment when your defenses drop without feeling unsafe. The only moment when the mind is soft enough to reshape itself. When you guide your thoughts here, even with the lightest touch, the guidance sinks deeper than it ever could while fully awake. The Stoics used this space to plant simple, grounding truths, short phrases that calm the mind because they're based in reality, not fantasy. Truths like letting the day be over, releasing what cannot be controlled, allowing the body to rest without guilt. These phrases don't force optimism, they create room, a small opening where tension can slip out quietly. When repeated in the seconds before sleep, these truths pass through the gate and land where habits form, where emotional reactions begin, where the roots of your thoughts live. This is why a single calming phrase at night can change how you wake up the next morning. You're not trying to be stronger. You're giving your mind the conditions to reset. Even your breath matters here. Not deep or dramatic breathing, just a slow, gentle lengthening of the exhale. The body speaks to the mind through rhythm, and the mind listens closely in this state. When your breath softens, the inner world follows. Muscles loosen. Thoughts drift instead of cling. The nervous system shifts out of survival mode and into safety. That safety becomes the bridge into sleep. Over time, this practice becomes a quiet ritual, not a chore, not a technique, but a way of meeting yourself at the boundary between waking and sleeping. You begin to trust this moment. You begin to feel how much easier sleep comes when you're not dragging the weight of the day into it. You begin to realize that you wake up clearer, calmer, and less reactive, not because you forced discipline, but because you guided the mind at the only moment when it's willing to listen without resistance. Strength begins to grow from this, a subtle strength, the kind that doesn't need to prove anything, the kind that develops naturally, the way the ocean shapes the shore, not with intensity, but with consistency. Night after night, the mind learns how to release instead of cling, how to soften instead of brace, how to rest without fear. This is the quiet power of the Stoic hypnagogic gait. Not a trick, not a technique. A shift, a gentle rewiring of the inner world during the one moment soft enough to shape. A way of becoming mentally stronger without force, without tension, without trying. The mind learns to let go. The body learns to trust sleep. And you learn that strength often begins in the silence between one breath and the next. The mind, after passing through the hypnagogic gate, settles into a softer state, where the noise of the world no longer feels urgent. But even in this quiet, old emotions can rise like echoes from another time. Stress that hid beneath your thoughts all day starts drifting upward. Memories that felt distant suddenly feel close again. The body tightens without movement. The mind repeats things you thought you were done with. This is the point where many people lose control of their night. But it's also the point where the Stoics placed one of their most life-changing practices, pre-sleep indifference. There's a certain heaviness that appears right before sleep, a heaviness made of thoughts that refuse to settle. Not dramatic ones, just the small worries that stack up until they feel overwhelming. The Stoics never tried to fight these feelings. They didn't try to silence them or force them away. They treated them with indifference, not coldness, not denial, a gentle refusal to carry their weight. Pre-sleep indifference is the art of recognizing emotional overload without allowing it to rule the inner world. It's the practice of seeing your thoughts the way you see passing clouds, noticeable but powerless to change the sky itself. When the Stoics used this method, they weren't ignoring their problems. They were separating themselves from the emotional heat that makes problems feel bigger than they are. They understood that most suffering comes not from the event, but from the mental story attached to it. This practice begins with acknowledging how full your mind feels at the end of the day. The build-up of expectations, interactions, misunderstandings, responsibilities, none of it disappears on its own. The mind holds on to everything unless you teach it how to let go. Indifference gives the mind permission to stop gripping every thought like it's a threat. It's not apathy, it's clarity. It's choosing which thoughts deserve your attention and which are nothing more than leftover noise. In the seconds before sleep, emotional overload tends to feel heavier because the mind finally has space to show you everything it's been carrying. This is where indifference becomes a kind of protection. When a stressful thought rises, you let it float without responding. You don't argue with it, you don't solve it, you don't judge yourself for having it. You simply observe it with the same calmness the Stoics trained for all their lives. This shift is powerful because the mind expects you to react. It expects tension. When you respond with neutrality, the emotional energy behind the thought dissolves. You break the cycle without effort. And when the mind realizes you're not feeding the thought with fear or concern, it stops pushing it forward. The storm quiets not because you conquered it, but because you stopped stepping into it. The beauty of pre-sleep indifference is that it resets the emotional system. Every emotion has a beginning, a rise, and a natural end. But most emotions linger because we keep reacting to them. Indifference disrupts this pattern. It lets the emotional wave move through without your involvement. The nervous system softens, the breath loosens. The body releases tension it has been holding for hours or even years. This release is subtle but deeply healing. The Stoics also used indifference to separate outcomes from identity. A mistake didn't mean you were flawed. A difficult day didn't mean you were failing. A conflict didn't mean you were broken. By seeing these experiences as external events, not personal definitions, emotional overload lost its ability to take over the mind at night. You start recognizing that most emotional weight isn't yours, it's the world's. You simply picked it up without noticing. Before sleep, this separation becomes easier because the ego quiets. You're not defending yourself. You're not performing for anyone. You're not trying to be strong. You're simply being. And in this raw state, indifference becomes natural. You stop giving importance to things that don't deserve the power to disturb your rest. The mind starts to understand that not every thought requires your emotional presence. Practicing this nightly changes the way you move through life. You begin waking up lighter because you're not dragging emotional residue from yesterday. Decisions feel simpler. Conversations feel clearer. Stress loses its grip. You're not becoming numb. You're becoming free from the pressure that once controlled your reactions. Emotional strength forms quietly, built through nights where you chose neutrality over exhaustion. Indifference also stops the habit of emotional forecasting. the tendency to worry about things that haven't happened yet. Before sleep, the mind loves to create scenarios that don't exist. Indifference cuts the connection between thought and belief. A worry becomes nothing more than a passing idea. The future loses its power to disturb the present moment. You rest in the only place that's real, here, now, sinking into stillness. As this becomes your nightly practice, something deep shifts. Your mind starts trusting itself again. Your emotions stop overwhelming you because they no longer have momentum. You're no longer carrying the day into sleep. You're no longer waking up with the weight of yesterday. You're no longer reacting to every sensation in your chest. You're learning the rare skill of seeing everything without absorbing anything. This is how the Stoics reset the mind. This is how emotional overload dissolves without force. This is how you gain mental strength without effort. The quiet neutrality you bring into the seconds before sleep becomes the anchor that steadies your entire inner world. Indifference becomes freedom, and freedom becomes rest. There is a point during the night when even indifference quiets, when the mind has stopped reacting and starts simply existing. In that softness, something unexpected rises to the surface. The identity you carried all day, the roles you played, the pressure to be competent, composed, responsible, useful, strong. All the things you force yourself to be under the sun. These roles cling to you long after the world stops watching, lingering in your mind as if you must keep performing even in darkness. This is where the Stoics introduced one of the most overlooked practices of all: releasing the identity you wore that day. Identity, for most people, becomes a cage without them noticing. The worker, the parent, the partner, the friend, the problem solver, the caretaker, the one who keeps it together. These identities demand a version of you that isn't always aligned with how you truly feel. Throughout the day, you hold this shape, adjusting yourself to fit expectations, your own and those of others. But your inner world cannot rest if you bring these identities with you into the night. The mind cannot heal if it's still wearing the armor of the day. The Stoics understood that who you are under the sky is not who you need to be under the sheets. Daytime identity is built for responsibilities. Nighttime identity is built for restoration. If you don't release one, you cannot have the other. Your mind needs space to loosen the self you carry into the world. Otherwise, sleep becomes work. Rest becomes another task. And the cycle of exhaustion continues endlessly. Letting go of daily identity isn't about abandoning responsibility. It's about recognizing that identity is temporary. It shifts with environments, with needs, with circumstances. The Stoics knew that clinging to the identity of the day creates unnecessary suffering. When your mind refuses to release its role, every mistake feels heavier. Every flaw feels personal. Every problem feels like a reflection of your worth. But when you let the identity dissolve before bed, the mind finally returns to its original state, unpressured, unfiltered, uncomplicated. This release begins with a simple acknowledgement. The version of you that navigated the day does not need to survive the night. You can set down your strengths. You can set down your weaknesses. You can set down expectations you didn't meet. You can set down the mask of competence. Everything can be placed on the bedside like clothes after a long day. Not because you're escaping, but because the mind must exhale. The Stoics used reflection as the bridge to this release. They would quietly review the day, not to judge, but to separate themselves from the actions, emotions, and roles they played. This practice wasn't self-criticism, it was self-clarity. They would identify each expectation they carried and mentally place it outside their inner world. In doing so, they taught the mind that identity is not fixed, it's fluid. It can be put down, reshaped, renewed. During this unwinding process, something powerful happens. The nervous system softens. Responsibility loosens its hold. The emotional armor you needed during the day begins to melt. Your breath deepens naturally. The chest expands without resistance. The mind recognizes that it no longer needs to protect, defend, or perform. This is not weakness. This is recovery. A warrior rests not by being less brave, but by setting down the shield. Letting go of daily identity also breaks the cycle of nighttime rumination. Most mental spirals come from the pressure to maintain a certain image. Thoughts like, "I should have handled that better," "I didn't do enough," or "what will they think," are all tied to identity. When identity dissolves, these thoughts lose their anchor. You stop evaluating yourself. You stop comparing. You stop replaying conversations in your head. The mind becomes spacious, and in that space, fatigue finally has room to drain out. This release also brings emotional honesty. When you're not holding on to identity, you're free to feel without fear. Sadness doesn't threaten your strength. Worry doesn't threaten your competence. Fatigue doesn't threaten your worth. You become human again, not a role. And the moment you permit yourself to be human, the mind relaxes in a way it hasn't in years. Sleep becomes genuine rest instead of a temporary shutdown. The Stoics believed that real peace begins when you stop trying to be someone and allow yourself to simply be. In this state, the mind moves closer to stillness. Thoughts slow without effort. The past and future fade. Your inner world becomes as quiet as a still lake, clear, reflective, undisturbed. This is the moment when sleep can finally take you fully, gently, without resistance. When you practice this nightly, your relationship with identity changes during the day as well. You stop over-attaching to your roles. You stop thinking your value comes from performance. You start treating yourself with more kindness. You approach challenges with a calmer mind because you know you won't be carrying their weight into the night. You become more flexible, more grounded, more secure. Letting go before bed teaches your mind something profound. Identity is not a burden you must drag from one day to the next. Each night becomes a reset. Each morning becomes a rebirth. You start the next day as someone lighter, clearer, and more present, because the old version of you was released in the darkness where it belonged. This is the art of Stoic release, a gentle surrender of who you were today, so there is space for who you can become tomorrow. Each night becomes a quiet liberation, and with enough nights, that liberation becomes strength, not the loud kind, the steady kind, the kind that grows when the world is silent and the mind finally remembers how to rest. The release of daily identity creates a quiet inner space, but that space does not stay empty for long. The mind begins to fill it with loose fragments, thoughts that never finished forming, small worries that clung to you, fears you pushed aside throughout the day. These fragments drift around like static, creating a kind of mental noise that keeps the mind restless long after the body wants to sleep. This is where the Stoics introduced a counterintuitive yet powerful practice, evening negative visualization, not to darken the mind, but to clear it. Negative visualization is often misunderstood. It isn't about expecting tragedy or inviting fear. It's about facing the uncertainty you normally avoid, so your mind no longer feels threatened by the unknown. When done before sleep, it cuts through cognitive noise by stripping fear of its power. Instead of letting your worries swirl endlessly in vague shapes, you give them edges. You make the mind confront them gently, directly, so they cannot hide in the shadows of your thoughts. Cognitive noise builds all day long. Every unanswered question, every unfinished task, every possibility your mind doesn't understand creates a restless energy within you. By night, this becomes silent chaos. Nothing loud, but everything persistent. The Stoics used negative visualization not to amplify fear, but to reduce the emotional charge behind it. When you calmly acknowledge what you're afraid of, the mind stops reacting like it's in danger. The noise quiets. Thought becomes clear. This practice begins with acknowledging the possibilities that normally unsettle you, not dramatizing them, not exaggerating them, simply seeing what could go wrong in ordinary life. The loss of something you value, the delay of something you're waiting for, the absence of something you rely on. You walk your mind through these possibilities with calm acceptance. You're not inviting them, you're removing their power to shock you. The reason this works so deeply at night is because the mind becomes more sensitive when responsibilities fade. Small fears grow bigger when you're lying still with no distractions. But when you take a moment to calmly face those fears before they can latch onto you, they lose their grip. Instead of spiraling, the mind settles. Instead of clinging, it releases. Instead of overthinking, it rests. What negative visualization truly does is reframe loss and uncertainty. Most cognitive noise comes from resisting reality, wanting things to stay the same, fearing change, worrying about losing control. When you visualize the possibility of change with calm neutrality, you unconsciously strengthen your emotional resilience. You prepare the mind not for disaster, but for acceptance, and acceptance dissolves noise faster than positivity ever could. The Stoics believed that peace comes from rehearsing life's fragility, not to cause sadness, but to remind the mind that everything temporary is meant to be embraced without attachment. When you accept that things may shift, your fear of losing them softens. When you accept that life moves unpredictably, your anxiety about tomorrow quiets. The noise fades because the resistance fades. Evening negative visualization also sharpens appreciation. When you reflect on what could disappear, the mind stops taking it for granted. Gratitude grows naturally, not the forced kind, but the grounded kind that calms the nervous system. Gratitude, when felt honestly, becomes a shelter that replaces worry. It gives the mind something steady to rest on, something real. Practicing this before sleep doesn't disturb the mind, it organizes it. It takes every loose thought and places it in perspective. The mind stops inventing scenarios because you've already acknowledged the truth. Life is uncertain, and that's okay. With this acceptance, the mind doesn't cling to control, it doesn't create noise. It relaxes into the simple fact that you can face whatever comes, and you can release what you can't. This clarity also reduces emotional sensitivity. When your mind is prepared for change, setbacks lose their sting. Disappointments shrink. Mistakes stop feeling catastrophic. You stop reacting to every thought with urgency. This emotional stability is especially important at night, when the mind is most vulnerable to exaggeration. Negative visualization gives the mind a grounded anchor, one that prevents small concerns from becoming storms. As the practice deepens, you begin to notice that fear doesn't rise as easily. Thoughts that once created tension now appear softer, almost harmless. You no longer fear the worst because you've already accepted the possibility. This doesn't invite negativity. It creates freedom. Freedom from clinging, freedom from avoidance, freedom from the mental noise that keeps you awake. In this quiet acceptance, the mind finally has space to rest. Thoughts slow down. Breathing deepens. Tension melts without effort. Sleep becomes easier because there is nothing left for the mind to defend against. You enter rest with a kind of inner stillness that can't be shaken by what-ifs or maybes. Evening negative visualization becomes a cleansing of the mind, the removal of resistance, the dissolution of fear, the settling of emotional dust. It sharpens clarity, strengthens resilience, and quiets the noise that stands between you and sleep. It is the art of facing life calmly so that the night can finally be peaceful. It is the practice of opening your eyes to possibility so your mind no longer trembles in uncertainty. And as you let this practice settle into your nights, strength grows in the quietest way possible, through acceptance, through clarity, through release. The mind grows quieter after facing the possibilities of loss, but another tension often remains, an instinctive urge to control what cannot be controlled. Even when the body is tired, the mind keeps reaching forward, trying to fix, predict, prevent, and manage every corner of life. This reaching creates a pressure that does not ease on its own. It lingers in the jaw, in the chest, in the shoulders, in the thoughts that refuse to settle. The Stoics recognized this hidden strain, and they created a practice specifically for the nighttime hours: voluntary powerlessness. This practice is not about weakness. It is not about giving up or withdrawing from responsibility. It is about recognizing that there comes a moment each night when strength no longer looks like effort, when strength becomes the ability to release your grip on everything you cannot shape. Voluntary powerlessness is the conscious choice to stop wrestling with life for a few hours. It is the permission to let the world exist without your constant monitoring. During the day, you hold many things tightly: deadlines, expectations, unspoken fears, the desire to protect what you love, the habit of trying to stay ahead of every problem. Even when you're not aware of it, the mind keeps scanning for threats, scanning for solutions, scanning for ways to maintain control. This constant vigilance is exhausting, but most people mistake it for responsibility. They think the weight they carry is necessary. They think the world depends on their effort. They don't realize how much of this effort is a survival pattern, not a requirement. The Stoics understood that nighttime has a different rule. The mind cannot rest while believing it must remain in charge. Voluntary powerlessness is the antidote to this. It is the act of telling the mind, "You are allowed to stop now." It is the moment when you step out of the role of protector, planner, or problem solver and return to a simpler state, one where rest is safe and control is no longer needed. This practice begins with acknowledging the invisible weight you've been carrying all day, not judging yourself for it, not trying to analyze it, just noticing. The tension in your breath, the thoughts looping without direction, the urge to mentally plan tomorrow, the uncomfortable pressure in your chest when your mind wanders to something unresolved. These sensations are signs that the mind is refusing to surrender. Voluntary powerlessness interrupts this pattern by giving the mind a clear signal. It is not your job to hold this right now. The moment you choose powerlessness intentionally, something shifts inside you. The nervous system loosens. The breath deepens. the thoughts lose their urgency. Your mind stops trying to anticipate every possible outcome. It begins to step back, like a guard ending a long shift. This shift is a form of deep mental rest, not sleep yet, but the clearing that allows sleep to come freely. The Stoics practice this by releasing attachment to outcomes before bed. Not because outcomes don't matter, but because their control over them is limited. They would mentally set down everything they wanted to influence, conversations they hoped would go a certain way, tasks waiting for tomorrow, emotions they hadn't resolved. They accepted that life would unfold with or without their constant involvement. This acceptance was not defeat, it was clarity. It was the recognition that the mind cannot be both restless and rested at the same time. Choosing powerlessness at night also teaches humility in a peaceful way. It reminds you that you are a part of life, not the force that must dictate it. It allows you to step into a deeper trust, that the world continues even while you sleep, that problems can wait, that rest is not a luxury, but a necessity. When you let yourself be powerless, you stop resisting the natural rhythm of being human. The most powerful part of this practice is that it removes the illusion of control. So much of mental suffering comes from trying to force life into shapes it refuses to take. When you practice powerlessness, you stop pushing, you stop gripping, you stop demanding certainty. The mind becomes softer, and in that softness, peace appears. Not because the world changed, but because your stance toward it did. This surrender before bed also protects you from carrying emotional stress into your dreams. When the mind falls asleep believing it must stay alert, the subconscious continues the work, creating restless dreams and fragmented sleep. But when you consciously release control, the mind enters sleep in a state of openness. Your dreams become lighter. Your brain processes the day more gently. You wake feeling repaired instead of drained. Over time, voluntary powerlessness becomes a nightly ritual of liberation. You begin to look forward to the moment when you can finally let go. You start recognizing how unnecessary some of your daily tension truly is. You realize how much energy you wasted gripping things that never needed your force. Your emotional resilience grows because you are no longer fighting every thought or trying to dictate every outcome. The practice reveals something simple but profound. The mind gains strength not by tightening, but by learning when to loosen. Powerlessness becomes a wise choice, not a failure. A form of mental emptiness that is not hollow, but peaceful. In this emptiness, sleep arrives like a gentle tide, and your mind resets in ways it cannot during the noise of the day. This is the Stoic way of surrender, not defeat, but release. A nightly step away from control so the mind can recover. A reminder that you are allowed to rest. A quiet acceptance that the world can hold itself for a while. And when you wake, you rise with a mind that feels lighter, steadier, clearer, because the strength you gain at night is built in the silence of letting go. The moment you let go of control, something else rises from beneath the quiet. The mind begins to surface memories of the day that didn't sit well, moments you wish you handled better, words you shouldn't have said, tasks you didn't finish, expectations you missed. Failure, in all its forms, likes to appear right when you're trying to rest. Not to punish you, but because the mind finally has silence to reflect. This is why the transition into sleep can feel heavy. It becomes a mirror, showing the parts of the day you tried to outrun. The Stoics understood this nightly confrontation. They believed that the moments before sleep offer a rare chance to reshape failure, to change the meaning you attach to it, not through force, not through self-criticism, but through gentle reframing. The mind, in the transition state, is open, softer, less defensive, more willing to see truth without distortion. This openness is a window you can use to shift how failure lives inside you. Failure feels painful because we attach identity to it. The mind treats every misstep as a reflection of worth. I failed becomes, I am a failure. But in the seconds before sleep, when your daily identity has dissolved and voluntary powerlessness has softened the mind, you gain a rare opportunity, the ability to see failure without drowning in it. The ego steps back. The emotional charge weakens, perspective sharpens, and you can reshape the memory into something that doesn't harm you. Reframing in this state begins by allowing the memory of failure to rise without resistance. The mistake you made, the opportunity you missed, the moment that didn't go the way you hoped. Let it appear, not to relive it, but to look at it from a distance. The Stoics believed that when you observe something without attaching yourself to it, its power dissolves. You see the event as separate from your identity, separate from your worth, separate from the person you are becoming. In this softened state, failure becomes a piece of information instead of a wound. It becomes feedback instead of shame. You can acknowledge what happened without letting the mind spiral. You see the truth clearly. You acted with the knowledge you had at the time. You responded with the emotions you carried that day. You learned something you didn't know before. You moved one step forward in understanding, even if the outcome wasn't what you wanted. The transition into sleep intensifies emotions, but it also reduces resistance. This combination allows you to reshape the meaning behind failure in a way that sticks. Instead of replaying the memory through a lens of regret, you view it through the lens of growth. The mind, relaxed and open, absorbs this reframe deeply. It begins to store the memory differently, not as a threat to your identity, but as a natural part of the human experience. Failure also becomes less intimidating when you see it as temporary. Nighttime softens the edges of the day, reminding you that nothing stays the same. The mistake that feels heavy now will not matter in the same way tomorrow, or next week, or next year. The Stoics often meditated on impermanence to break the emotional grip of failure. They understood that time reduces the weight of everything, and the sleep transition state allows you to feel that truth directly. This reframing also teaches the mind to separate intention from outcome. You may not always get the result you want, but your intention to grow, to learn, to do your best remains intact. When the mind recognizes this separation, disappointment begins to fade. You stop punishing yourself for things outside your control. You begin to see that failure is not a personal flaw. It is a natural response to effort. It only appears when you are trying, and trying is a sign of courage. As the mind transitions towards sleep, it becomes easier to replace self-judgment with compassion. You can speak to yourself with the same softness you would offer a friend. Not excuses, not denial, just understanding. You acknowledge the truth without harshness. You allow yourself to be imperfect. And in doing so, you create the emotional safety that the mind needs to heal. This safety changes the entire relationship you have with failure. You stop shrinking from it. You stop replaying it with shame. You begin to see it as a stepping stone instead of a setback. The mind starts to prepare you for tomorrow, not with fear, but with readiness. You fall asleep not feeling defeated, but grounded, not haunted by what went wrong, but supported by what you learned. Over time, this nightly reframing builds resilience. You wake with a lighter heart, a clearer head, and a mind that no longer treats mistakes like threats. You walk through the day with more confidence because you know you can process anything that happens. Failure loses its ability to poison your nights or define your self-worth. It becomes manageable. It becomes human. It becomes part of your strength. This is the Stoic way of meeting failure, not by ignoring it, but by transforming it during the most tender moment of the mind. In the transition between waking and sleep, you rewrite the story of the day, and in doing so, you slowly rewrite the story of yourself. The mind becomes stronger, not by never failing, but by learning how to sleep peacefully after it does. As failure loses its grip in the softness before sleep, something subtle begins to rise in the empty space it leaves behind. It isn't noise. It isn't ego. It isn't the loud, forced confidence the world tries to sell you. It's quieter than that, so quiet most people never notice it. But the Stoics recognize this as one of the most powerful states a person can ever enter: quiet audacity. This kind of confidence isn't built in daylight. It doesn't come from achievements, from praise, or from proving yourself to anyone. It forms in the silent moments when your mind stops fighting, when you've released identity, when you've accepted your limits, and when failure no longer feels like a wound. In this stillness, confidence grows the way dawn spreads across the sky, softly, slowly, without asking for permission. Quiet audacity is the certainty that you can handle life without needing to announce it. A strength that doesn't need applause, a self-trust that doesn't need validation, a belief in your own resilience that whispers instead of shouts. The moments before sleep are the perfect soil for this belief to take root, because the mind is stripped of its daytime defenses. You aren't pretending, you aren't performing, you aren't comparing, you're just yourself, raw, honest, unguarded. The Stoics valued this state because true confidence doesn't come from winning. It comes from knowing that you can survive losing. When everything else has been released, the pressure, the roles, the fear, the noise, you meet yourself in a pure form. And what you see in that moment defines the kind of strength you carry into tomorrow. Quiet audacity begins with self-trust. Not a dramatic declaration, but a small internal acknowledgement. I can meet whatever comes. This is not arrogance. It's not blind optimism. It's a grounded awareness of your capacity to adapt, to recover, to learn, to rebuild. When your mind is softening into sleep, this awareness sinks deeper than it ever could while you're fully awake. It settles into the subconscious, shaping the foundation of how you respond to life. As you lie there, thoughts slow but don't disappear. This is where many people fall into insecurity, worrying about what might happen, doubting themselves, replaying flaws. But quiet audacity shifts this inner landscape. When a fear appears, you greet it with calm confidence. When a doubt surfaces, you let it pass through without clinging. When an old insecurity tries to rise, you don't argue with it. You don't surrender to it either. You simply meet it with a steady inner presence that says, I don't break that easily. This response changes everything. It trains the mind to see challenges without shrinking. It teaches you that trust in yourself is not an emotion. It's a behavior. It's how you meet your own thoughts. It's how you treat your inner world when no one is watching. Quiet audacity is the refusal to abandon yourself, even in your most vulnerable state. During this transition towards sleep, the mind becomes incredibly impressionable. The beliefs you hold here seep into your emotional patterns. If you let fear dominate this space, you reinforce fragility. But if you hold yourself with steady conviction, even a gentle one, you reinforce resilience. This is how you build confidence without forcing it. The mind absorbs your quiet strength like soft ground absorbs rain. Quiet audacity also redefines how you perceive difficulty. Instead of seeing obstacles as personal threats, you begin to view them as part of the path. You stop expecting life to be easy and start trusting that you can walk through it anyway. This trust makes fear lose its sharpness. You stop bracing for impact and start allowing life to unfold. You stop doubting your ability to rise and start remembering that you always have. The beauty of this practice is that confidence becomes internal rather than situational. It's no longer tied to success, approval, or control. It becomes your default state, a calm readiness, a grounded certainty, a quiet strength that doesn't fluctuate with circumstances. When you cultivate this silence-filled audacity, you fall asleep differently. Your breath deepens, your chest loosens. The body settles with a sense of being held rather than exposed. The mind stops scanning for threats and starts trusting in resilience. This trust carries you into deeper sleep, where the brain repairs itself more efficiently. You wake with clarity because your mind wasn't fighting itself all night. You wake with stability because your subconscious was aligned with strength rather than fear. Quiet audacity is not about confidence in outcomes. It's confidence in your ability to meet outcomes. It's not about conquering the world. It's about not collapsing under it. It's not loud, dramatic, or performative. It's steady, rooted, and deeply personal. Over time, this nightly practice shapes the way you show up in life. You begin speaking less, but meaning more. You stop reacting impulsively. You carry yourself with quiet steadiness that others feel even if they don't understand it. You start trusting your decisions. You worry less about being liked and more about being true. You don't need reassurance because you become your own. This is the Stoic version of confidence. Not the noise of self-importance, but the silence of self-trust. A kind of strength that grows in the dark, in the softness before sleep, in the moments when everything else has been put down. Quiet audacity is the confidence that doesn't need witnesses. It is the inner steadiness that says, even in darkness, I know who I am, I know what I can handle, and I rise silently. When quiet audacity settles into the mind, a deeper layer becomes accessible, one that silently shapes your emotions, reactions, and decisions long before you realize it. This layer is the subconscious, the quiet engine beneath all your thoughts. It holds your fears, your assumptions, your learned patterns, the rules you absorbed without questioning. And at night, just before sleep, this hidden world becomes softer, more willing to listen, more open to transformation. The Stoics understood something profound. If you don't teach the subconscious what is yours to carry and what is not, it will try to carry everything. It will pick up burdens that don't belong to you. It will take responsibility for outcomes you cannot influence. It will respond to events with fear instead of clarity. This is why so much anxiety appears at night. The subconscious is overloaded with things it was never meant to manage. The dichotomy of control is the heart of Stoic wisdom. It separates life into two simple categories: what you can influence and what you cannot. But knowing this intellectually is one thing. Teaching it to the subconscious, the emotional core, is another. The moments before sleep are the ideal time for this teaching because the mind is shifting into a receptive state where new interpretations can sink deeper than during the day. As your body relaxes and the mind drifts towards sleep, there is a subtle loosening of rigidity. Thoughts stop clinging so tightly. The need to analyze weakens. The ego steps aside. This is when the subconscious listens without filtering. It absorbs not just words but tone, intention, emotional meaning. This is why nighttime thoughts have so much power. They bypass your logical mind and go straight into habit formation. Teaching the subconscious the dichotomy of control begins with acknowledging the truth that most of what troubles you is outside your hands. Not as an excuse, not as resignation, but as clarity. The mind worries because it thinks worry is a form of protection. It thinks anticipating every possibility will keep you safe. But when you quietly remind yourself in the half-conscious state before sleep that external events are not under your command, the subconscious begins to loosen its grip. This shift does not come from forcing a mantra. It comes from gently guiding the mind towards separation. You acknowledge the things you cannot control, other people's choices, the past, unexpected events, external outcomes, and you mentally place them outside yourself, not pushing them away, but letting them drift out of your responsibility. This release signals to the subconscious that it no longer needs to guard these areas. When you do this consistently at night, something remarkable happens. Your emotional reactivity weakens. The subconscious stops treating every challenge as a personal failure. It stops trying to fix what isn't yours to fix. It begins to understand that control is a limited and precious resource, and that wasting it on the uncontrollable drains your strength. Once the mind releases what is not yours, it becomes easier to connect with what is. Your attitudes, your choices, your responses, your effort. These are the only internal controls you truly possess. And when the subconscious accepts this truth, you stop feeling powerless in situations where you actually have influence. You stop feeling overwhelmed by life because your energy is no longer scattered. You wake with a sense of direction, not dread. This internal alignment creates emotional stability. When something goes wrong, your mind no longer leaps into panic. Instead, the subconscious automatically asks, "Is this mine to control?" If the answer is no, it lets the emotion pass. If the answer is yes, it focuses calmly on action. This separation becomes instinctive, a natural filter that shields you from unnecessary stress. Teaching this at night also changes the way you speak to yourself. The subconscious, in its softened state, replaces harsh internal commentary with balanced understanding. You're no longer blaming yourself for things outside your power. You stop replaying conversations trying to fix them. You stop rehearsing fear about tomorrow. The mind stops dragging you into places you cannot influence. And this freedom, felt consistently, is transformative. This nightly practice also helps regulate the nervous system. When the mind believes it must control everything, the body stays in a low-level state of tension. Muscles tighten, breathing shortens, the heart beats faster. But when the subconscious learns that most things do not require your intervention, the body relaxes without effort. Stress hormones lower, breathing deepens, the mind enters sleep from a state of peace instead of survival. Over time, this teaching becomes a quiet form of mastery. You stop seeing life as something to wrestle with. Challenges no longer overwhelm you. People's opinions lose their sharpness. Unexpected events stop feeling like personal attacks. You carry yourself with a grounded presence that is not shaken by chaos, because your subconscious knows where your responsibility ends. This is the secret behind Stoic calm. Not coldness, not detachment, but clarity. A clarity that settles into the subconscious when the mind is soft, tired, and open. A clarity that shapes your mornings without you realizing it. A clarity that turns anxiety into focus and helplessness into acceptance. The dichotomy of control becomes more than a philosophy. It becomes your emotional operating system. And each night, as you drift into sleep, the subconscious absorbs this truth more deeply. You are responsible for your actions, not the world's outcomes. You command your responses, not the wind around you. You influence your mindset, not the movement of fate.
This is how true strength takes root. Quietly, softly, in the moments when the mind is finally ready to learn.
When the subconscious begins to understand what belongs to you and what never did, a deeper shift becomes possible. The mind no longer fears life's unpredictability. But clarity alone isn't enough to create lasting peace. You need something that sinks even further, something that strengthens your emotional foundation so deeply that life cannot shake it easily. This is where the Stoic practice of amor fati, the love of fate, enters the night. Amor fati is often misunderstood as simply accepting life. Acceptance is passive. Amor fati is active. It is the willingness to meet life as it is, without resentment, without resistance, without the constant wish for something different. It is the quiet courage to embrace what comes, not because you enjoy the difficulty, but because you trust your ability to grow from it. The reason nighttime is so powerful for this practice is simple. The mind becomes honest. The protective barriers fall. You're no longer performing for the world. You're no longer pretending to be unaffected. In this softness, the truth you whisper to yourself is absorbed deeply, stored where your emotional patterns are formed. Amor fati becomes not a forced philosophy, but a lived one. Long-term calm doesn't come from pushing negativity away. It comes from changing your inner relationship with reality. When you practice amor fati before sleep, you train the subconscious to stop fearing the unknown and start working with it. You show the mind that difficulty doesn't mean doom. Uncertainty doesn't mean danger. Challenges aren't personal punishments. They're part of the human design. This training begins in the quiet before sleep, when your breath slows and the mind drifts. In this softened state, you gently remind yourself that life unfolds in ways you cannot predict, but not in ways you cannot handle. You acknowledge the events of the day, the pleasant, the uneasy, the disappointing, and instead of resisting them, you let them settle with a sense of neutrality. You stop asking why things happened, and you start meeting them as stepping stones in your own growth. The subconscious listens closely to this shift. During the day, it reacts out of instinct and habit. At night, it reacts out of openness. When you offer it acceptance wrapped in trust, it begins to internalize a new worldview. Life is not happening against you. It's happening with you. Amor fati before sleep becomes a kind of emotional alignment. Instead of closing the day with frustration or longing, you close it with a soft surrender. Not helplessness, willingness. You teach the mind that whatever the day brought was meant to shape you, guide you, refine you. This removes the bite from disappointment. It takes away the sting of unmet expectations. It dissolves the silent war between what you hoped for and what actually occurred. As this perspective strengthens, your emotional reactions begin to change. Fear loses its sharpness because you no longer expect life to be predictable. Stress weakens because you stop demanding perfection from yourself or the world. The need to control fades, replaced by a grounded confidence that you will meet what comes with steadiness. Nightly amor fati also creates a slow, lasting recalibration of your nervous system. When the mind believes it must resist life, the body remains tense even in sleep. But when the mind tells the body softly and consistently, "We can work with whatever comes," the body relaxes, muscles loosen, breathing deepens. Sleep becomes restorative instead of restless. You wake without carrying yesterday's emotional residue. Over time, this nightly practice even begins shaping your days. Situations that once triggered frustration now feel manageable. Unexpected difficulties don't knock you off balance. They stir curiosity instead of fear. Your resilience grows because you are no longer fighting life. You are navigating it with steadiness. You stop feeling like a victim of circumstance and begin feeling like an active participant in your own evolution. But the deepest power of amor fati is how it transforms the inner voice. When the mind stops arguing with reality, it becomes quieter, softer, kinder. The harsh inner critic fades because it no longer has fuel. You stop replaying what should have been and focus instead on what now. This shift allows you to move forward each day with emotional clarity, unburdened by resistance. Nightly amor fati also teaches you to appreciate the smallest moments. When you accept the flow of life, gratitude emerges naturally, not the forced gratitude of lists, but the quiet appreciation that everything you experience, even the difficult parts, contributes to your inner strength. This kind of gratitude doesn't feel like a task. It feels like understanding. In time, calm becomes your default state, not because life becomes easier, but because you stop expecting it to be otherwise. Your peace no longer depends on conditions. It comes from the inside, from the steady belief that whatever life hands you, you will face it with an open heart. This is long-term calm, not the fragile quiet that breaks at the first sign of trouble, but the deep, enduring calm that grows from trusting your place in the unfolding of life. And each night, as you drift into sleep, you teach your subconscious a little more. This moment is enough. This path is mine. This fate, whatever it brings, can be embraced. When amor fati settles into the subconscious, something profound begins to shift beneath the surface. Life no longer feels like a constant threat. You stop bracing for impact. The mind softens into a quiet trust, and in that softness, another layer of stoic resilience becomes possible, one that most people never access because they never allow themselves to rest deeply enough, building emotional immunity. Stoic immunity isn't the absence of emotion. It's not coldness or indifference to life. It is the strengthening of your reaction threshold, the space between what happens and how you respond. Most people live with a threshold so low that the smallest inconvenience triggers frustration. The slightest criticism stings. The mildest uncertainty creates fear. This low threshold is not a personality trait. It's a sign of a mind that never learned how to restore itself. A mind that never fully releases, never fully resets, never fully rests. The Stoics understood that emotional strength is not built in the middle of chaos. It's built in the quiet moments when the mind is recovering. And the most potent of those moments occur during sleep, specifically in the mental descent that happens before dreams begin. This is when your subconscious is deciding how tightly you should grip the events of the day, how quickly you react to discomfort, how resilient you will be tomorrow. Most people fall asleep with a nervous system still vibrating from the day. Their thoughts are tense, their breath is shallow, their emotions are half-processed. When the body enters sleep in this state, the mind remains on alert and the subconscious continues the work of self-protection all night long. This drains emotional strength instead of replenishing it. You wake up reactive, not resilient, thin-skinned instead of steady. Stoic immunity reverses this cycle. It teaches the mind to lower its defenses before sleep, so the nervous system can shift into a state where true restoration happens. When you soften into the night with a mind that is no longer resisting, fighting, or grasping, you enter sleep with openness. This openness allows the brain to replenish neurotransmitters, reorganize emotional memories, and downregulate stress responses. The result is simple but life-changing. You wake up with a higher reaction threshold. This threshold is the invisible space that allows you to pause before reacting. It's the calm that lets you breathe instead of snap. It's the stability that makes you think instead of panic. It's the ability to let discomfort pass without turning it into suffering. This is emotional immunity, not a wall around your heart, but a deeper resilience within it. The process begins in the minutes before sleep, when the mind is softening, the breath is slowing, and your defenses are lowering. In this vulnerable state, you can speak to your subconscious with honesty. You can guide it towards steadiness by acknowledging the truth that not every discomfort is a danger. Not every inconvenience is a crisis. Not every emotion is a command. You teach it that reacting quickly is not the same as responding wisely. When you enter sleep holding this understanding, the brain processes the day differently. Emotional memories lose their sharpness. Stressful moments become less charged. Your inner world recalibrates. You wake up with a mind that doesn't leap into fear or anger at the first sign of tension. You become someone who holds themselves with quiet stability even when the world asks for chaos. Stoic immunity also strengthens because sleep allows the mind to reorganize its priorities. When you're awake, everything feels immediate. Messages, tasks, expectations, worries. But during sleep, the subconscious evaluates these pressures and decides which ones matter and which ones don't. When you enter sleep from a place of calm, the subconscious places challenges into their proper scale. A small problem no longer feels enormous. A setback no longer feels personal. A delay no longer feels catastrophic. This internal reordering is what allows emotionally strong people to stay grounded when others crumble. Their minds have learned, through repeated cycles of nighttime restoration, which stimuli deserve a reaction and which deserve nothing at all. They wake with a natural sense of proportion, a clear understanding of what truly matters. Stoic immunity deepens even further as the mind learns that rest is not a weakness but a form of strength. Many people believe they must stay mentally tense to be prepared for life. They mistake readiness for rigidity. But the Stoics taught the opposite. A rested mind is a powerful mind. A mind that knows how to relax is a mind that knows how to face pressure with clarity. When you sleep with a mindset shaped by Stoic principles, release, acceptance, neutrality, trust, the body no longer wastes energy on tension. The subconscious no longer fuels fear, and the emotional system no longer treats every experience as a threat. You begin to develop a kind of inner shock absorption. Life can hit you, but it doesn't break you. Stress can appear, but it doesn't own you. Challenges can arise, but they don't derail your inner calm. Over time, something remarkable happens. Your reaction threshold becomes so steady that people around you sense it. You respond thoughtfully instead of impulsively. You stay composed while others lose their balance. You remain grounded in situations that would once have overwhelmed you. This isn't learned during the day. It's built at night. Every evening becomes a quiet, strengthening session, a silent expansion of your emotional capacity. Stoic immunity is the resilience that grows when you stop reacting to every thought, every fear, and every pressure before sleep. It's the strength that forms when you enter the night with calm instead of chaos. It's the inner fortitude that develops when the subconscious learns that you are safe, capable, and stable. And you don't have to force this strength. You simply rest into it, night after night. And it grows in the silence, preparing you for everything the day may bring. When your reaction threshold rises and emotional immunity begins to settle into your system, another subtle transformation becomes possible, one that reaches into the most vulnerable layer of the mind, the part of you that still reacts to criticism, judgment, and insult. Even when you're calm during the day, even when you appear composed, something deep inside can still flinch when someone disrespects you. That sting doesn't come from logic. It comes from the subconscious, from old wounds, old patterns, old fears of not being enough. And the Stoics, long before modern psychology, knew there was a way to condition this inner layer toward resilience. Surprisingly, the most effective time isn't during the day, but during REM sleep. REM sleep is not just dreaming. It is the stage where the brain reprocesses emotional memories, clears emotional residue, and rewires responses. The mind takes the raw material of the day, stress, conflict, moments of vulnerability, and decides how much power to give it. Without guidance, REM sleep can accidentally reinforce emotional triggers, making you more sensitive to insult. But when you prepare the mind before drifting into REM, the subconscious begins to reinterpret these emotional hits in a way that strengthens you, not wounds you. Stoic conditioning against insults begins before you even fall asleep. As the mind softens and your defenses lower, you quietly approach the emotional sensitivity that insults trigger. Not by reliving painful moments, not by amplifying the hurt, but by acknowledging that insults only have power when the subconscious believes them. It is the belief, not the words, that causes pain. The Stoics repeated this truth often. No insult is inherently harmful. Your interpretation is what gives it teeth. REM sleep is the perfect time to rewrite this interpretation, because the brain naturally revisits emotional experiences in symbolic form, dissolving tension and reshaping meaning. When you enter sleep with a Stoic frame, neutrality toward judgment, indifference toward opinions, clarity about your own worth, the subconscious adopts this frame and begins to apply it automatically. This conditioning starts with a simple recognition as you drift towards sleep. Another person's words reveal their mind, not your value. The subconscious, hearing this in a relaxed state, absorbs it deeply. You aren't arguing with the insult. You aren't defending yourself. You are dissolving the insult's foundation. When the subconscious sees that the insult does not define you, REM sleep processes it as irrelevant. The emotional charge weakens. The memory loses its intensity. You wake with less sensitivity, less vulnerability to disrespect. As REM dreams begin, the mind often recreates symbolic versions of social conflict, tension, confrontation, criticism. These are not random. They are the brain's way of testing emotional reactions. When you fall asleep with Stoic neutrality, the subconscious treats these dream insults differently. Instead of activating a defensive response, it maintains calm. Instead of reacting impulsively, it stays centered. This repeated exposure, paired with emotional neutrality, acts like mental training. The subconscious learns not to flinch. Over time, this training alters your real-world responses. A rude comment no longer pierces you. Criticism no longer feels personal. Someone's aggression no longer shakes your sense of self. You experience a quiet stability that others don't understand because they haven't conditioned their inner world the way you have. This conditioning becomes stronger because REM sleep allows the brain to disconnect emotions from their triggering events. The prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for rational thought, becomes active, while the amygdala, the emotional alarm system, calms down. This neurological combination creates the perfect environment for reframing emotional wounds. When you fall asleep with a Stoic mindset, you enter REM with thoughts like, "Their words are their burden, not mine. I decide what defines me. Insults can only hurt if I give them value." These thoughts become the lens through which your brain processes social conflict in dreams. The subconscious learns from repetition, not intensity. Every night you fall asleep with this clarity, you reinforce a new emotional pattern. Insults become noise instead of threats. Opinions become external events, not internal wounds. You stop absorbing negativity automatically. You gain control over your emotional boundaries. Stoic conditioning also strengthens your sense of identity. When insults lose their power, you no longer seek validation. You stop fearing rejection. You stop blending yourself into other people's definitions of you. Your mind becomes anchored in self-trust, not approval. And REM sleep reinforces this anchor by repeatedly placing you in symbolic scenarios where your emotional steadiness is tested and strengthened. The beauty of this training is that you don't have to consciously confront insults during the day. You don't have to pretend to be unfazed. You don't have to suppress your reactions. The conditioning happens gently, silently, while you sleep. You wake up feeling like a slightly stronger version of yourself without knowing exactly why. Over weeks, this accumulates. You become unshakable in a way that feels effortless. This nightly Stoic conditioning creates a shield, not a hard wall, but a soft, grounded resilience that keeps negativity from embedding itself in your identity. You hear critical words differently. You feel disrespect differently. You respond from clarity rather than pain. As this process continues, you realize something powerful. An insult says everything about the person delivering it, and nothing about the person receiving it. Your subconscious learns this truth so deeply that even your dreams no longer react to disrespect with fear or hurt. And when your dreams stop reacting, your waking mind follows. This is how the Stoics built emotional fortitude, not by forcing confidence, not by suppressing feelings, but by training the subconscious to remain unshaken. Night after night, REM sleep becomes a workshop for resilience, a quiet rehearsal where your mind learns to meet insult with neutrality instead of pain. You don't become hardened, you become free. When the subconscious stops reacting to insult and the emotional core begins to steady, you enter a place few people ever reach. A space where your inner world becomes ready to establish long-term stability. Not momentary peace, not a temporary calm, but a mental baseline so steady, so grounded, that the world's chaos no longer drags you into its rhythm. This foundation isn't something you build during the noise of the day. It forms in the quiet of the night when the mind is stripped of its roles, distractions, and masks. This is where night reflection takes its place as one of the Stoics' most powerful tools. Night reflection is not rumination. Rumination circles the same fear again and again until it tightens around your chest. Stoic reflection does the opposite. It releases, it clarifies, it organizes, it converts emotion into understanding. It creates room where pressure once lived. When practiced consistently, it shapes the subconscious into a calmer version of itself, lowering emotional volatility and raising inner steadiness. Over time, this transforms into a mental baseline that doesn't fluctuate with circumstance. Most people wake each morning in whatever emotional state the previous day left them. Their baseline shifts constantly, calm one day, overwhelmed the next, sensitive after conflict, mentally scattered after stress. Night reflection breaks this cycle by giving the mind a structured way to close the day cleanly. You aren't dragging emotional residue forward. You aren't carrying unresolved tension into tomorrow. You are resetting the system at its deepest level. The process begins when the noise of the day is gone and the mind starts drifting toward the early stages of sleep. In this softened state, you quietly review the events of the day, not with self-judgment, but with gentle observation. The Stoics believed clarity appears when emotion settles, and the night is the only time when the emotional charge naturally weakens. In this dim light of awareness, you can see your patterns with accuracy, the ways you reacted, the choices you made, the thoughts that shaped your actions. This reflection is not a search for mistakes, it is a search for understanding. You give yourself permission to see without punishment. You acknowledge the moments that felt heavy, the ones that triggered you, the ones that threw you off balance. You acknowledge the moments where you stayed steady, where you grew, where you showed strength you didn't realize you had. This balanced view teaches the subconscious something essential. Your worth is not defined by your worst moments, and your progress is not erased by your flaws. As you reflect, something begins to rearrange inside you. The experiences of the day are sorted into their proper place. Emotions that were tangled start to loosen. Thoughts that felt important begin to shrink. Patterns that were invisible become clear. This sorting process is how unshakable baselines are formed. The mind no longer wakes up in yesterday's emotional weather. It returns to a consistent, grounded center. Night reflection also trains the mind to detach from extremes. During the day, strong emotions pull your baseline upward or downward. Anger, anxiety, excitement, disappointment. At night, when you review these experiences with calm neutrality, the subconscious learns that emotions are temporary waves, not instructions. You stop clinging to highs. You stop sinking into lows. You begin to find a steady middle, a mental posture that holds you regardless of circumstances. This steadiness becomes stronger the more you practice reflection without judgment. You are not analyzing yourself to improve your worth. You are simply understanding yourself to improve your clarity. Clarity is what creates a stable baseline. Clarity is what prevents emotional whiplash. Clarity is what makes you wake up grounded even after a difficult day. As this practice deepens, something remarkable happens. Your baseline becomes your identity, not your emotions. You stop defining yourself by how you feel in any given moment. You begin to see yourself through the quiet lens of consistency. This inner consistency shapes the way you respond to the world. You become less thrown by changes, less reactive to moods, less influenced by the behavior of others. Your center becomes internal, not external. Night reflection also reduces the emotional load on the subconscious. When you acknowledge the day honestly before sleep, the mind no longer needs to process unresolved stress in dreams. REM sleep becomes cleaner, calmer, more restorative. You wake up without emotional leftovers. You wake up with stability that comes not from ignoring the day, but from understanding it. This practice also sharpens self-awareness in a way that feels effortless. You begin to notice your triggers, not in the moment, but during the nightly review where the emotional charge is low. You start seeing where your boundaries were tested, where your ego took over, where your patience broke, where your inner world remained solid. This awareness naturally reshapes your habits. You start responding differently during the day because you understand yourself better at night. Over time, your baseline becomes so consistent that daily stress loses its power. You no longer spike into panic or drop into discouragement. You meet challenges with steadiness. You speak from clarity instead of emotion. You recover from setbacks quickly. You move through life with a quiet inner gravity, an anchored presence that doesn't waver. This is unshakable calm, not the fragile calm that disappears when something goes wrong, but the deep calm that grows from knowing yourself, accepting yourself, and reorganizing your inner world each night. The Stoics knew that lasting strength is not built through daytime discipline alone. It is shaped in the silence before sleep, where truth meets acceptance and acceptance becomes transformation. Night reflection is not a task. It is a gift you give the mind. A gentle reset, a nightly renewal, a slow strengthening of your emotional core. And with each night, your inner foundation becomes more stable until unshakable calm is no longer something you chase. It becomes who you are. As night reflection smooths out the emotional landscape of the day, something deeper becomes visible. Patterns from the past that still cling to you, old memories that no longer serve you, emotional attachments that drain your strength, moments that shaped you once but continue to echo long after their purpose has ended. These attachments don't appear loudly. They hide in the background of your mind, influencing reactions, shaping beliefs, and coloring how you interpret the world. And the Stoics understood that if you don't prune these attachments, they begin to define you. Stoic memory pruning is not erasing the past. It is removing the emotional weight tied to memories that no longer need to influence your present self. It is the gentle act of separating the lesson from the pain, the experience from the identity, the moment from the meaning you once attached to it. This process happens most effectively at night, when the mind is fading into softness and the subconscious is open to letting go. During the day, your mind is too busy, too alert, too entangled with tasks and interactions to release anything deeply rooted. At night, after reflection, when the mind has settled into quiet awareness, emotional attachments rise naturally because they finally have the space to be seen. You remember old disappointments without their original intensity. You recall past criticisms with less sting. Painful moments appear not to reopen wounds, but because the mind senses it is safe enough to release them. Stoic memory pruning begins with recognizing these memories when they surface. You don't suppress them. You don't indulge in them. You simply allow them to float into awareness the same way you'd watch leaves drifting on still water. Without the emotional storm of the moment, you can see these memories through a clearer lens. You see what actually happened, not the exaggerated version your hurt created, not the interpretation your fear added, not the story your ego repeated. You see the event, small and finite, not the monster your younger mind once turned it into. This clarity breaks the emotional attachment. The subconscious begins to understand that the memory does not represent danger anymore. Its purpose is complete. The moment can be archived without the weight it once carried. By observing the memory without reliving it, you separate your identity from the event. You show your brain that you are not the person you were back then. You are not defined by those experiences, and the mind begins to release its grip.
Stoic memory. Pruning also involves recognizing what belongs to the memory and what you've been carrying unnecessarily. Often, the pain tied to a memory is not the event itself. It's the meaning you attach to it. Rejection becomes, "I'm not worthy." Failure becomes, "I'm not capable." Conflict becomes, "I'm not lovable." But at night, when the mind is softer, you can examine these interpretations without being overwhelmed by them. You can acknowledge the truth. The event was real, but the belief you built around it is optional. When the subconscious sees the event without the story, emotional healing begins. The memory loses its sharpness. Its influence dissolves. You wake feeling lighter without knowing exactly why. This is pruning, the gentle removal of emotional debris accumulated over years of experience. The Stoics saw memory as a tool, not a burden. They practiced nightly letting go because they knew the mind naturally stores emotional residue unless guided to release it. And this residue, left unaddressed, affects how you react, how you love, how you trust, how you fear. Memory pruning prevents old wounds from shaping new moments. As you drift towards sleep, you mentally thank the memory for what it taught you without clinging to the pain. Gratitude transforms attachment. It tells the subconscious that the lesson has been received and the suffering no longer needs to continue. This gratitude isn't forced. It's a soft acknowledgement that every difficulty shaped your strength, even if imperfectly. Over time, this process rewires your emotional landscape. You stop reacting to new experiences as if they were old ones. You stop expecting past pain to repeat. The subconscious stops projecting outdated fears into the present. New moments become genuinely new. You experience clarity where you once felt confusion. You respond from the present instead of the past. Stoic memory pruning also increases emotional capacity. When old attachments fall away, space opens inside you. Space for calmer thinking, steadier emotions, deeper resilience. Your mind becomes less cluttered. Your reactions become less dramatic. Your thoughts become cleaner. Emotional peace becomes easier to access because your subconscious is no longer weighed down by unresolved history. This nightly practice cultivates a powerful kind of freedom. You begin to see memories as experiences, not identities. You stop reliving moments that no longer deserve your energy. You start living from a place of emotional truth rather than emotional habit. And something else happens. Your mind stops fearing the past because it no longer has power over you. Each night becomes an opportunity to release one more thread of attachment, one more old belief, one more painful memory, one more emotional imprint that no longer serves your growth. This is how the Stoics kept their minds clear, steady, and light, not by forgetting their past, but by refusing to let their past own their present. Stoic memory pruning is the art of releasing what you've already outgrown so you can wake with a mind that is fully yours, unburdened, uncluttered, and deeply free. When old emotional attachments begin to dissolve and the mind stops clinging to outdated wounds, a new possibility opens, one that very few people ever experience fully. You become capable of shaping a mind that doesn't bend or break every time someone speaks carelessly, acts thoughtlessly, or projects their own pain onto you. This is the practice the Stoics valued deeply, becoming unoffendable, not hardened, not numb, not detached, but inwardly untouchable, grounded in a sense of self that daily irritations, disrespect, or misunderstanding simply cannot penetrate. Night is the perfect place for this transformation. During the day, the ego is alert, defensive, sensitive to tone, sensitive to expression, sensitive to anything that feels like a threat to worth. But at night, in that soft descent towards sleep, the ego relaxes. The emotional walls loosen. The mind stops rehearsing social roles and starts revealing the deeper patterns behind why offense lands so easily. And in this gentler space, you can teach the subconscious a new way of responding, one that doesn't flinch at every perceived slight. Being easily offended doesn't come from weakness. It comes from old insecurities, unprocessed memories, and a subconscious that still believes you must protect yourself from every sharp word. But once memory pruning loosens the emotional weight of the past, the mind becomes ready for a new lesson. Not every comment requires a wound. Not every tone deserves a reaction. Not every opinion about you is truth. This lesson sinks deepest when the mind is tired enough to listen without fighting back. Training the mind to be unoffendable begins by acknowledging the truth that offense is not created by the world, it is created inside you. The Stoics repeated this endlessly. Nothing has the power to disturb you unless you give it permission. Nighttime is the moment when this truth can reach the subconscious without the interference of pride or defensiveness. As you soften into sleep, you quietly remind the mind, another person's words are not instructions. Their tone is not a reflection of my worth. Their judgment is not my identity. Simple truths, spoken in a relaxed state, settle deeply. In this pre-sleep softness, the subconscious begins to reinterpret what it previously treated as emotional threats. Criticism stops appearing like an attack. Disagreement stops feeling like rejection. Someone else's negativity stops triggering your defensive reflex. The mind gradually rewires its emotional associations. What once provoked you now barely ripples the surface. This is not suppression. Suppression traps emotion in the body. Stoic unoffendability releases it by removing the belief that created the sensitivity in the first place. During the transition into sleep, the subconscious tests emotional patterns. It revisits social tensions. It replays moments of friction. This is not punishment. It is the brain searching for resolution. When you enter sleep with a Stoic understanding of offense, the subconscious processes these memories differently. Instead of reinforcing emotional vulnerability, it reinforces emotional neutrality. Slowly, you begin to feel less threatened by the behavior of others. You stop absorbing negativity by default. Your emotional system learns that offense is optional, not automatic. You wake with a sense of internal stability that feels gentle but unmistakably strong. This training also exposes hidden attachments. Offense arises when your self-worth depends on how others treat you. But as you practice letting go each night, the subconscious detaches worth from external validation. Your value becomes internal, consistent, and unaffected by outside noise. Comments no longer shake you because they no longer define you. Tone no longer pierces you because it no longer carries authority over your self-image. Night after night, this conditioning creates a deeper form of resilience. You stop expecting the world to handle your feelings delicately. You stop assuming everyone's words have meaning. You stop placing your emotional stability in the hands of strangers, co-workers, or even loved ones. You reclaim your mind. You reclaim your power. This unoffendability is not coldness. It's emotional maturity. It's the ability to stay open without being penetrated by every careless remark. It's the strength to remain compassionate even when someone else is unkind. It's the clarity to see that their behavior is a reflection of their inner world, not yours. Over time, you notice something subtle but life-changing. Offense doesn't even appear in your mind anymore. Not because you suppress it, but because the subconscious has learned that it is unnecessary. You feel lighter in conversations, more relaxed in disagreements, more grounded when misunderstood, more free when others project their issues onto you. And this freedom doesn't make you passive. It makes you powerful. You can speak without fear. You can listen without reacting. You can walk through social situations with a calm that others feel but cannot explain. You become someone who cannot be dragged into anger or insecurity by someone else's mood. Nighttime training makes this possible because it works at the level where emotional triggers live. Not in logic, not in the ego, but in the subconscious. When you fall asleep with the intention to release offense, you teach your inner world a new pattern: neutrality over reactivity, stability over sensitivity, clarity over ego. You build a mind that doesn't shatter under blunt words, a mind that doesn't bend under judgment, a mind that remains yours, regardless of what others say. This is the Stoic way, not to fight the world, but to rise above its noise, quietly, steadily, unshakably, night after night. When the mind becomes harder to offend and emotional neutrality begins to take root, there is still one layer left that quietly interferes with your peace: the ego. Not ego in the loud, boastful sense, ego in the subtle, fragile sense, the part of you that wants to be right, the part that wants to appear strong, the part that holds on to pride, fear of judgment, fear of failure, fear of being seen too clearly. This ego doesn't shout, it whispers, it shapes decisions, it colors perceptions, it narrows the mind into a smaller version of itself, and it travels with you into the night unless you dissolve it gently. Marcus Aurelius understood this better than anyone. Every evening, before sleep, he practiced a form of mental reconstruction, a quiet return to his truest self. He stripped away the roles he played during the day. He dissolved the ego-driven reactions he felt. He softened the parts of himself that hardened under pressure. He reminded his mind that he was not the emperor, not the public figure, not the symbol others projected onto him. He was just a human soul, no different than the people he served. This nightly method kept him grounded, open, and free from the distortions that ego creates. The evening reconstruction begins with a simple truth. Ego is at its weakest when the day is ending and the world is no longer watching. The mind is tired, the body is soft, your guard is lower, your defenses loosen. This creates the perfect moment to reshape the inner world without resistance. You start by acknowledging the roles you inhabited during the day: worker, partner, parent, achiever, caretaker, problem solver. Each role demands a different version of you, a different mask, a different set of expectations. Marcus recognized that these roles, while necessary, were temporary, and if carried into the night, they trapped the mind in false identities. so he mentally set them aside one by one, not rejecting them, but releasing them. As you lie in darkness, you do the same. You quietly remind yourself, this role is not the whole of me. The subconscious hears the stripping away of identity. It relaxes. It stops defending your image. It stops amplifying pride. It stops protecting the fragile sense of self the ego clings to. This is the first step toward dissolving it. Next comes the part Marcus practiced with uncompromising honesty, reviewing your ego-driven moments, the irritation you felt when someone interrupted you, the defensiveness that rose when someone challenged you, the silent resentment towards someone who didn't appreciate your effort. These are ego's signatures. They appear not because you are flawed, but because you are human. Marcus never condemned himself for these reactions. He simply recognized them, softened them, and released them. During the evening reconstruction, you look at these moments not with shame, but with gentle curiosity. You see the truth behind them. Maybe you felt unheard. Maybe you felt undervalued. Maybe you felt threatened. But these feelings are not the essence of you. They are echoes of the ego trying to protect its imagined value. In the quiet, pre-sleep state, these echoes lose their force. They appear small, almost harmless, and the subconscious begins to release its attachment to them. This is where Marcus's method becomes transformative. He shifted his perspective from self-centered to universal. He reminded himself that every person he interacted with was fighting their own inner battles, that their flaws mirrored his own, that their mistakes were not personal attacks. As you drift toward sleep, you can do the same. You soften your view of others. You dissolve the belief that you are separate, superior, or inferior. The ego feeds on comparison. When comparison dissolves, ego starves. Marcus also reconstructed his mind by remembering his place in the larger world. The vastness of time, the smallness of individual concerns, the fleeting nature of anger, pride, conflict, and ambition. In the dim quiet before sleep, this perspective washes over you. Your frustrations shrink. Your ego-driven reactions lose meaning. Your identity softens into something simpler, more serene, more genuine. This shift has a powerful effect on the subconscious. When the ego dissolves, the mind becomes lighter. You stop carrying emotional armor into sleep. Your dreams become clearer. Your rest becomes deeper. You wake with less tension, less sensitivity, less pressure to uphold an image. You wake more yourself. Over time, nightly reconstruction creates a self that is steady, humble, unburdened. You no longer react from ego during the day because you dissolve its influence at night. You become harder to provoke, not because you suppress emotion, but because you no longer take things personally. You speak more honestly because you no longer fear how you're perceived. You make decisions from clarity rather than pride. You live with more authenticity because you no longer need to defend a false identity. This is the quiet power of Marcus Aurelius's method. It gently dismantles the structures inside you that never belonged there. It returns you to your truest self before you enter sleep. It builds a strength rooted not in superiority, but in humility and self-awareness. Each night, you reconstruct your inner world so that each morning you rise clearer, lighter, and more aligned with the person you are meant to be. Not the mask ego created, but the self that remains when all masks fall away. When the ego dissolves and the layers of identity soften, something powerful becomes visible beneath them, a quiet tension you've carried for most of your life. a pressure that doesn't shout, yet shapes your every day. It lives in the background of your thoughts, pushing you forward, weighing you down, whispering that everything you do is an obligation. This is the voice of, I must. I must be productive. I must achieve. I must handle everything. I must stay strong. I must keep going, even when I'm exhausted. This voice is so familiar that most people never question it. They mistake it for discipline, responsibility, even identity. But the Stoics saw it differently. They understood that a life ruled by I must slowly erodes the mind. It creates invisible chains. It turns effort into burden. It suffocates the spirit and keeps the nervous system in a constant state of tension. And this tension doesn't disappear at night. It crawls into sleep, sabotages rest, and drains tomorrow before it even arrives. The moment before rest is when I must becomes loudest. It tries to finalize the day, correct mistakes, predict tomorrow, carry every responsibility into the darkness. This is why sleep feels difficult for so many people. They aren't trying to fall asleep, they're trying not to fail. The body is tired, but the mind still thinks it has obligations to meet. The Stoics knew that this mindset corrodes peace, and they offered a different path, shifting from I must to I choose. This shift may seem small, but it changes everything. I must enslaves the mind. I choose liberates it. At night, when your defense is lower and the subconscious is listening closely, this shift becomes especially powerful. The mind is open. The ego is quiet. The emotional charge has softened. This is the moment when you can reshape the pressure system inside you, not through force, but through intention. Shifting to I choose begins with acknowledging what the day demanded of you. You recognize the weight you carried, not to judge yourself, but to understand the pressure system working beneath the surface. Then, in the gentle quiet before sleep, you tell yourself, I don't have to carry this into the night. This simple truth is the doorway to choice. Choice is power. Choice is agency. Choice is internal freedom. When you remind the subconscious that life is not a series of obligations, but a series of decisions, the emotional load attached to your responsibilities begins to loosen. You still act. You still commit. You still work. But you stop doing it under the threat of failure. You begin doing it under the clarity of intention. Before sleep, this shift affects the mind deeply. The nervous system feels it. The breath opens. The chest softens. The subconscious absorbs a new pattern. I choose to rest. I choose to let this day end. I choose to set this down. I choose to trust that I have done enough. The subconscious hears this not as motivation, but as permission. Permission it has been waiting for. When you shift into I choose, the body no longer holds itself in readiness. Muscles unclench. The mind stops rehearsing tomorrow. The emotional system stops anticipating demand. You enter rest willingly, not reluctantly. And willing rest is the only rest that repairs. This shift also dissolves guilt. I must is fueled by guilt. Guilt for not doing enough. Guilt for wanting rest. Guilt for needing a break. But I choose honors your humanity. It replaces guilt with responsibility. Not the pressured kind, but the intentional kind. You begin to see rest as a choice you are allowed to make, not something you earn by exhausting yourself. With time, this nightly practice transforms how you move through life. You wake with less tension. You approach tasks with clarity instead of fear. You say yes with intention and no with confidence. You stop feeling controlled by your responsibilities and start feeling guided by your values. I choose also creates emotional resilience. When you act from choice, not pressure, criticism loses its sting, stress loses its urgency, conflict loses its intensity. You can stand in difficult situations without being overwhelmed, because you are not acting from obligation. You are acting from inner alignment. This shift strengthens identity in a healthy way. You begin to see yourself as a person with agency, not a person trapped by expectations. You begin honoring your boundaries. You begin shaping your life, not reacting to it. And this empowerment grows quietly during the night, when your subconscious reorganizes the stories you tell yourself about who you are. Every time you fall asleep from a place of choice rather than pressure, you train the mind to embrace freedom instead of burden. You create a habit of internal permission that carries into the day. You stop living in resistance and start living in alignment. This is the Stoic practice at its core. Not forcing strength, but creating conditions where strength arises naturally. Not demanding discipline, but nurturing inner freedom. Not pushing the mind, but guiding it gently toward peace. Each night, as you settle into the darkness, you remind yourself, I choose rest. I choose release. I choose to stop carrying what isn't mine. I choose to trust myself. I choose to return to who I truly am. And slowly, I must fades, and I choose becomes the foundation of your entire inner world, steady, grounded, and deeply free. Throughout these nightly practices, your inner world grows lighter, yet one root remains tangled in almost everyone's mind, silently draining peace long after the day has ended. It is the belief that your worth depends on what you accomplish, that you must earn rest, that you must prove value through output. This belief hides beneath deadlines, beneath achievements, beneath the pressure to always do more. It shows up in quiet guilt, in restless thoughts, in the sense that pausing is dangerous because it might make you fall behind. The Stoics understood that tying self-worth to productivity is one of the deepest traps the mind can fall into. It creates an internal slavery, one that keeps the nervous system tense, the mind overloaded, and the heart unable to rest. And though this pressure is loud during the day, it becomes particularly destructive at night, when the body is ready to let go, but the mind refuses. So they made it a practice to sever this connection before sleep, to remind themselves that value comes from being, not doing. Detaching self-worth from productivity begins with recognizing how subtly the belief takes hold. You feel it when you replay whether you did enough. You feel it when you carry guilt into bed about unfinished tasks. You feel it when your mind keeps planning tomorrow instead of releasing today. You feel it when rest feels stolen instead of deserved. And because these sensations appear at the edge of sleep, they sink into the subconscious unless you intervene. The moment before rest is the moment to reclaim your inherent value. In this softened mental state, when identity has loosened and ego has quieted, the subconscious is ready to absorb a truth it resists during the day. You are worthy regardless of your productivity. You are valuable even when you do nothing. Your existence is enough. This truth is simple, but it threatens the inner beliefs you've carried for years. Beliefs planted by culture, by upbringing, by environments that rewarded achievement and punished stillness. But at night, When the pressure of performance fades, you can finally speak to the subconscious without its defenses rising. You can gently tell it, "My value is not measured by output," and in that fragile moment, it listens. Stoic detachment doesn't mean you stop caring about progress. It means you stop tying your identity to it. As you lie in the quiet before sleep, you acknowledge what you accomplished and what you didn't. You allow both to exist without judgment. The unfinished tasks do not define you. The completed tasks do not elevate you. They are simply tasks, external, temporary, outside your core. This perspective dissolves guilt. Guilt over resting. Guilt over pausing. Guilt over needing a break. The subconscious learns that rest is not a reward, but a necessity, and that by resting deeply, you become stronger, clearer, and more aligned with who you want to be. In this nightly surrender, a new pattern forms. Instead of asking, "Did I do enough today?" you ask, "Did I honor myself today?" Instead of thinking, "I should have accomplished more," you think, "I gave what I could with the energy I had." This shift changes how the subconscious stores the day. It no longer logs your experiences as successes and failures. It logs them as moments of growth, effort, and humanity. When self-worth is separated from productivity, your emotional system stabilizes. Pressure loosens. Perfectionism softens. Anxiety decreases. You stop feeling chased by your own expectations. You enter sleep without the shame of incompletion, without the fear of falling behind, without the burden of constant performance. Sleep becomes what it was meant to be, a time of restoration, not self-evaluation. This detachment also changes how you wake. Without the subconscious belief that your value depends on being endlessly productive, mornings feel lighter. You begin acting from desire instead of pressure, from clarity instead of fear. You choose tasks instead of feeling controlled by them. Productivity becomes meaningful instead of compulsive. Over time, you begin to see yourself differently. You stop measuring your worth in hours, achievements, or output. You stop comparing yourself to others whose paths have nothing to do with yours. You stop punishing yourself for being tired. You become more compassionate toward your own limits. And this compassion is not weakness, it is stability. The kind of stability that allows you to work with intention rather than desperation. Detaching self-worth from productivity also protects your joy. When work is no longer tied to identity, you can engage with it more freely. You can rest without shame. You can play without guilt. You can fail without collapsing. You can be human without apologizing. The Stoics knew that self-worth anchored in productivity is fragile. It breaks under pressure. It shatters with failure. It disappears in rest. But self-worth, anchored in being, simply being, cannot be shaken. It survives exhaustion, disappointment, and uncertainty. It thrives in silence. It grows in the dark. This is why night is the perfect time to teach this truth to the subconscious. When you lie in bed, breathing slowly, shedding the demands of the day, you create a space where worth can exist without conditions. And each night you do this, the subconscious learns a little more. Your value is not earned. It already exists. You rest not because you've done enough. You rest because you are enough. And that is a truth the world cannot give you, but the night can help you remember. Throughout these quiet practices, your inner world becomes clearer, lighter, less tangled. And once you stop tying your worth to productivity, something extraordinary becomes possible. You can end the day without dragging any part of it into tomorrow. The Stoics believed this was essential, not just for peace, but for transformation. Because the person you were this morning doesn't have to be the person you are tonight, and the person you are tonight doesn't have to step into tomorrow carrying yesterday's weight. This is the Stoic ritual of ending each day as a new person. Most people don't realize how tightly they hold on to the version of themselves shaped by the day. Every mistake, every fear, every emotional misstep, every assumption, every regret. Without noticing, they carry these remnants into the next sunrise. But the Stoics saw each night as a boundary, a spiritual threshold, a chance to shed everything unnecessary, a chance to reset identity, a chance to return to the core self, unburdened by the temporary chaos of the day. This ritual doesn't begin with perfection. It begins with honesty. As the night grows quiet and the mind softens, you recognize the truth. Today's version of you is already over. The thoughts you had, the emotions you felt, the reactions you expressed, they are fading with the light. They are not permanent. They are not definitions. They are not destiny. They were simply expressions of a moment. The Stoics understood that clinging to these expressions creates suffering, while letting them dissolve creates freedom. Ending each day as a new person starts with acknowledging what the day brought out in you: the impatience, the kindness, the frustration, the courage, the mistakes, the growth. You see them without judgment, not to punish yourself, not to praise yourself, but to accept the simple truth that every day asks different things of you. And because of that, every day shapes you in different ways. Then comes the release, the gentle stripping away of everything that isn't part of who you want to become. The letting go of emotional residue, mental clutter, unnecessary identity. This is not denial, it's liberation. The Stoics never encouraged pretending the day didn't happen. They encouraged recognizing that the day is over, that its version of you no longer needs to exist. With each breath before sleep, you shed the identity built from exhaustion, stress, insecurity, and pressure. You let the mistakes belong to the past. You let misunderstandings cool. You let your mind loosen its grip on who you think you're supposed to be. You allow a quiet rebirth to unfold inside your subconscious. In this state, you no longer replay moments trying to fix them. You no longer judge the day as good or bad. You simply let it pass through you the way a tide washes over the shore and retreats, leaving the sand smooth again. Night becomes a cleansing, a quiet erasure, a soft reset. And in this reset, something powerful happens. Identity stops being a prison. You stop waking up defined by yesterday's emotions. You stop dragging forward the heaviness of who you were. You stop expecting yourself to be the same person day after day. Instead, you allow change. You allow evolution. You allow growth without resistance. The Stoics believed that a wise person dies each night and is reborn each morning. Not literally, but mentally. They understood that staying attached to old versions of yourself suffocates progress. When you allow yourself to end the day as a new person, you access the freedom to approach tomorrow without the limitations of yesterday. This ritual also dissolves shame. Mistakes feel permanent only when you carry them forward. When you release them nightly, you stop identifying with them. You start seeing them as temporary expressions, not reflections of who you truly are. The subconscious learns this separation, and over time, shame loses its power to control you. Ending each day as a new person also strengthens resilience. You become less afraid of failure because you know you don't have to keep the version of yourself who failed. You become less afraid of imperfection because you know you can shed it tonight. You become less afraid of emotional missteps because you know they don't travel with you into the next sunrise unless you choose to carry them. This ritual creates a powerful lens through which the subconscious views life. Everything temporary can be released. Everything learned can be kept. Everything heavy can be put down. Everything beautiful can remain. Over time, this nightly rebirth gives you the freedom to approach each morning with clarity and intention. You start choosing who you want to be instead of repeating who you used to be. You step into each new day with a mind that is uncluttered, steady, and open. The Stoics knew that transformation doesn't happen once, it happens daily. It happens at night, in the quiet between who you were and who you're becoming. They understood the spiritual truth hidden in the darkness. To grow, you must let the old self die each night. To find peace, you must stop carrying what no longer belongs to you. To become strong, you must make room for a new version of yourself again and again. And each night, as your breath slows and your mind slips into softness, you whisper to your subconscious, "Today's version of me is complete. Tomorrow, I begin again." As you learn to end each day as a new person, shedding the weight of yesterday's identity, you create room for something far more profound to grow: inner independence. Not the surface kind that looks confident on the outside while secretly needing approval, validation, or direction. This is deeper. It's a form of independence that rises from the subconscious, shaping how you stand in the world even when no one is watching. And the Stoics knew that the most powerful place to rebuild this inner core is during sleep. Daylight makes independence difficult. You're surrounded by expectations, demands, comparisons, and noise. Your decisions are influenced by reactions, by urgency, by social pressure. Your sense of self gets tangled in roles, interactions, and responsibilities. But at night, when the world quiets and your mind softens, your deeper self becomes accessible. The part untouched by others' opinions. The part hidden beneath layers of adaptation. The part that remembers your own voice. That voice becomes clearer when the mind enters the fluid state between waking and sleep. This transitional space is where the subconscious rewrites beliefs. It's where emotional dependencies loosen. It's where the inner child stops seeking approval, the ego stops fearing judgment, and the deeper self emerges without asking permission. Rebuilding inner independence doesn't start with loudly declaring, "I don't need anyone." That's ego, not strength. True independence begins softly, with the recognition that you can rely on yourself emotionally, that your stability doesn't depend on someone else's reaction, that your peace doesn't hinge on external praise, that your identity is something internal, not something negotiated through the eyes of others. Night is the only time when you're free from influence long enough to recognize this truth. As you settle into bed, you release the expectations placed on you during the day. You let go of the subtle ways you adjusted yourself to avoid conflict, to gain approval, to fit in. These adjustments may feel small, but they shape how much of yourself you feel allowed to express. When you shed them before sleep, the subconscious begins to learn that your inner world belongs to you again. The Stoics practiced this nightly. They reflected on external influences and separated them from their internal choices. They asked themselves, which of my actions today were mine, and which were shaped by others' opinions? This wasn't self-criticism. It was reclaiming territory. the territory of the mind. This nightly separation slowly rebuilds the core of independence that gets lost in the noise of daily life. As you drift towards sleep, you quietly reaffirm, I am allowed to exist without approval. I am allowed to rest without permission. I am allowed to be myself without apology. These truths settle into the subconscious where emotional habits are formed. Over time, they become a foundation you stand on without effort. Sleep itself reinforces this independence. When the mind enters deep stages of rest, it isn't influenced by external forces. It isn't negotiating identity. It isn't trying to impress anyone. It is rebuilding the neurological patterns that form self-regulation, confidence, emotional resilience, and self-trust. You aren't just resting, you are reconstructing your internal architecture. In REM sleep, the brain strengthens the circuits responsible for emotional autonomy. It processes memories without attaching your self-worth to them. It releases the emotional residues that connect your identity to someone else's opinion. It reorganizes your internal landscape so that you wake with a clearer sense of what belongs to you and what doesn't. The more you practice this nightly, the less dependent you become emotionally. You stop needing reassurance to feel secure. You stop fearing disapproval. You stop shaping your decisions around external expectations. You become someone who can stand still in the midst of uncertainty because your sense of self no longer shifts with the world around you. This inner independence does not make you distant. It makes you authentic. It allows you to connect with others without losing yourself. It allows you to love without becoming dependent. It allows you to support others without absorbing their emotions. It creates a balanced center within you, steady, grounded, unwavering. Over time, you notice something profound. You no longer respond to life from insecurity. You respond from clarity. You no longer chase validation. You choose direction. You no longer lose yourself in relationships or social pressure. You remain whole. This transformation is not forced. It grows quietly at night, shaped by the way you guide your mind into rest. The subconscious becomes your ally rather than your saboteur. It stops replaying old fears and starts reinforcing your inner strength. Sleep becomes the workshop where your independence is rebuilt, one night at a time. The world may still be chaotic. People may still misunderstand you. Challenges may still arise. But you no longer crumble when the world shifts. Because you are not anchored in the world, you are anchored in yourself. This is the gift the Stoics found in the night. The chance to return home to your inner core. The chance to rebuild your independence silently. The chance to wake as someone less controlled by the world and more guided by your own spirit. Every night becomes a return. Every sleep becomes a reconstruction. And every morning becomes proof that you are becoming more yourself, steady, sovereign, whole. As inner independence strengthens during the quiet hours of the night, another layer of transformation becomes possible, one that doesn't just protect you from life's pressure, but actually uses that pressure to make you stronger. This is the essence of becoming anti-fragile, not merely resilient, not merely stable, but someone who gains from challenge, someone who becomes sharper under stress, someone whose identity expands, not cracks, when life pushes back. And the deepest reinforcement of these patterns doesn't happen while you're awake. It happens at night. Daytime teaches you through experience. Nighttime seals those lessons into your subconscious. Most people become more fragile as life wears on because they unconsciously reinforce patterns of avoidance, fear, overreaction, and self-doubt. Every stressful moment becomes a reminder that they can't handle it, that they're overwhelmed, that they must protect themselves from discomfort. Without realizing it, they strengthen exactly the patterns that weaken them. The Stoics knew that nighttime was the hidden arena where this cycle could be reversed. When the body relaxes and the mind drifts into softness, the subconscious becomes open to reorganization. Identity stops being rigid and becomes fluid again. This is where anti-fragility begins, in the quiet repatterning that occurs before sleep and deep within REM. The first step in nightly reinforcement is simple but profound, acknowledging that discomfort is not a threat. When you whisper to the mind, "I grow through challenge," you plant a seed, not a motivational seed, but a neurological one. The subconscious hears truth more clearly when the conscious mind has softened. Your defenses are down, your old beliefs are not fighting back. You're receptive. And this is where identity begins to reshape itself. As you drift towards sleep, you review the day not through the lens of fear, but through the lens of growth. That moment you were stressed, it didn't break you, you handled it. That conversation you dreaded, you survived it. That unexpected problem, you adapted. These reflections, offered gently, teach the subconscious a new pattern. I get stronger each time life challenges me. Instead of replaying mistakes with shame, you replay them with a sense of evolution. Instead of seeing pressure as something you endured, you begin seeing it as something you grew from. The subconscious absorbs this framing deeply because it aligns with the nature of sleep itself. Restoration through stress recovery, healing through recalibration. This nightly reinforcement turns daily difficulties into personal training. The subconscious starts interpreting stress not as danger, but as stimulus for growth. You stop collapsing under discomfort because your identity no longer treats discomfort as a threat. In REM sleep, the brain naturally replays emotional experiences. When you've primed your mind with Stoic understanding before bed, this replay becomes an internal gym. The subconscious strengthens the circuits responsible for courage, clarity, and adaptability. Emotional sensitivity lowers. Flexibility increases. Your self-image reshapes itself around strength, not fragility. Over time, this creates a powerful shift. You stop identifying as someone who barely manages. You start identifying as someone who transforms. Anti-fragile identity is the opposite of brittle ego. A brittle ego cracks under pressure. An anti-fragile identity expands. Night after night, this reinforcement builds a core belief inside you. Pressure does not diminish me, it refines me. Not in a dramatic way, not in a loud, motivational way, but in a quiet, foundational way that changes how you stand in the world. You wake differently. You think differently. You face challenges differently. Instead of shrinking from discomfort, you feel a subtle readiness, an inner forwardness. The mind stops bracing. Instead, it begins leaning in, not recklessly, but with confidence. This is not forced positivity. It is the result of subconscious conditioning. Your nervous system becomes less reactive. Your thoughts become less catastrophic. Your emotions become less volatile. You find yourself recovering faster from setbacks. You stop replaying difficulties for hours. You stop fearing the next challenge. You stop doubting your capacity. All because the mind, night after night, learns a new identity. I grow from this. And over weeks, months, years, this identity becomes who you are. Not because you tried to become stronger, but because you rewrote the deepest layers of yourself while the world slept. This is the quiet genius of the Stoics. They didn't wait for crises to train strength. They cultivated it each night in silence through gentle self-direction and deep internal clarity. Anti-fragility is not a personality trait. It is a pattern built slowly, a pattern reinforced nightly, a pattern that transforms you from the inside out. Every night becomes a silent apprenticeship with strength. Every sleep becomes a workshop where identity is rebuilt. Every morning becomes proof that you are becoming someone who does not break, someone who does not fear pressure, someone who thrives not despite life, but through it.
This is nightly reinforcement. This is the birth of an anti-fragile self.
As anti-fragile identity begins to take shape in the quiet depths of sleep, another transformation becomes possible. One so subtle that most people never notice it, yet so powerful that it determines how they experience nearly every moment of their waking lives. It is the ability to remain unmoved in the gap between stimulus and response. The Stoics called this mastery. Modern psychology calls it emotional regulation. But in practice, it feels like something much simpler. Non-reaction. And the most potent moment to train it is not during an argument, not during conflict, not during stress, but in the half-asleep state, when your mind drifts in and out of awareness and thoughts appear without your permission. In this state, your ego is quiet. Your emotional defenses are down. Your conscious mind is barely holding the reins. Thoughts and fears rise unfiltered. Memories float up. Random emotions pulse through. Normally, this is the moment when the mind spirals, overthinking, catastrophizing, reacting to its own shadows. But to the Stoics, this twilight state between wakefulness and sleep is a sacred training ground, because here, in this fragile mental space, you learn the purest form of non-reaction. Half-asleep thoughts feel powerful because the mind cannot distract itself. You can't suppress. You can't rationalize. You can't escape into tasks or noise. This is the raw mind, the one responsible for emotional reactivity during the day. When you train this version of yourself to remain still, you rewire your entire inner world. The practice begins by noticing the drift. You're not fully awake, but you're not gone. Thoughts appear like faint shapes in fog. Emotions rise like quiet waves. This is where most people get swept away. They begin believing every thought, tightening around every fear. But the Stoic path asks you to do something radically different. Simply watch. Not analyze, not judge, not chase, just watch. In the half-asleep state, this watching is easier because the mind is too tired to pretend. There's no performance, no overthinking, just presence. You learn the art of allowing thoughts to appear without giving them energy. You let emotions move through without reacting. You give the mind the message it rarely receives. You don't have to respond. This message becomes a blueprint for your subconscious. In this twilight, the subconscious absorbs patterns more quickly than during full wakefulness. When you choose stillness here, you train the deepest layers of the mind to stay calm, even in chaos. You teach your emotional system that a thought is not an emergency. A fear is not a command. A memory is not a threat. This reprogramming carries into your daytime reactions. You begin waking with more space inside yourself, more time between what happens and what you do about it. This half-asleep training also dissolves the habit of rumination. Rumination thrives on reaction, reacting to the thought, then reacting to the reaction, spiraling deeper. But when you practice non-reaction while drifting towards sleep, the spiral collapses. The mind learns that it is safe to let thoughts fade naturally. You build a habit of emotional detachment that becomes instinctive. Over time, you notice something extraordinary during the day. Conversations that used to trigger you now barely move you. Moments that once caused panic now feel manageable. Discomfort no longer demands a reaction. You pause naturally. You respond intentionally. You live from steadiness instead of impulse. This is not suppression. It's mastery. Suppression tightens the body. Non-reaction relaxes it. Suppression hides emotion. Non-reaction dissolves its power. Suppression creates fragility. Non-reaction creates freedom. This half-asleep practice also strengthens self-trust. You learn that you don't have to control everything inside your mind. Thoughts can come and go without harming you. Emotions can rise and fall without defining you. The subconscious begins to trust itself, and that trust becomes a form of quiet confidence. As the nights go on, this training deepens. You start greeting thoughts like temporary weather rather than threats. You stop getting hooked by the mind's late-night stories. You learn how to relax, even when a wave of anxiety appears. The mind becomes less afraid of itself, and that liberation is priceless. The Stoics called this inner stillness the ultimate form of strength, not because it avoids life's intensity, but because it withstands it without flinching. And the half-asleep state gives you a backstage pass to this mastery. In the day, you practice non-reaction consciously. At night, you practice it subconsciously. That combination rewires your entire emotional infrastructure. You begin to live with a calm presence that others feel immediately. Situations no longer pull you into emotional currents. People's behaviors no longer hijack your peace. Unexpected events no longer send your mind racing. You become harder to provoke, harder to manipulate, harder to destabilize, not with rigidity, but with grounded softness. Non-reaction is not the absence of emotion. It is the presence of clarity. And clarity grows fastest in the quiet edges of consciousness, when you're too tired to pretend and your mind is finally open to being retrained. Night after night, this becomes your path. Letting thoughts come, letting them pass, letting stillness take root, letting the mind remember that it is safe enough to release its grip. You fall asleep not as a passenger of your mind, but as its guide, steady, quiet, unshaken. And each morning you rise carrying the strength you cultivated in the darkness, the strength of a mind that doesn't react to every ripple because it has learned the quiet art of being still. As your half-asleep mind learns the art of non-reaction, another layer of Stoic mastery becomes available, one that deepens your emotional freedom in a way few people ever experience. This is the cultivation of emotionless observation, a state where you can witness your own thoughts, feelings, and internal movements without being swept into them. It is not numbness. It is not emotional suppression. It is the highest form of clarity, the ability to see without absorbing. And night is the perfect place to develop it. During the day, observation is clouded. You are surrounded by noise, expectations, conversations, responsibilities, and pressures. Every thought is interrupted. Every emotion is interrupted. There is no clean space to study your inner world without interference. But at night, as your mind softens and the world fades into the background, what remains is the unfiltered truth of your internal landscape, your raw thoughts, your unspoken emotions, your unprocessed reactions. This is where the Stoic practice begins. Emotionless observation means watching your inner world with the neutrality of a sky watching clouds. Not controlling, not resisting, not labeling, just witnessing. And because the mind is more porous at night, because the subconscious is more open, because the ego is quieter, this practice sinks deeper than anything done during the day. The process begins naturally. As you lie there, thoughts drift in, some gentle, some sharp, some familiar, some unexpected. Emotions rise, flickers of sadness, small bursts of tension, random sparks of insecurity. Normally, these sensations trigger reaction. A thought appears, and you follow it. A memory surfaces, and you revive its emotion. But the Stoic path asks something different. See it, but don't step into it.
This neutrality is powerful because it breaks the illusion that thoughts require participation. They don't. They never have. They only felt demanding because you were trained to respond.
Nighttime gives you the chance to unlearn that reflex. As you float in the space between wake and sleep, you practice simply noticing what arises. A stray worry, a flicker of irritation, a forgotten memory, a brief pang of sadness, a small joy. Each appears like a visitor. You acknowledge it, you let it pass, you remain still. This stillness teaches the subconscious something life-changing. Internal events don't need emotional engagement. Thoughts lose their grip. Feelings lose their urgency. Memories lose their sting. The mind begins to understand that it can coexist with emotion without being swallowed by it. Over time, this practice creates a psychological distance, the kind that gives you power during the day. You begin to realize that you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness behind them. You are not your emotions. You are the space in which they appear. You are not your past. You are the observer who can finally see it without flinching. Nighttime is uniquely suited for this because your defenses are low. The part of you that wants to react, explain, justify, or control is tired. It doesn't have the energy to maintain its usual habits. In this softened vulnerability, neutrality becomes easier. You don't have to force it. You simply lean into it. As you cultivate emotionless observation each night, your relationship with your inner world changes. You stop being frightened by your own thoughts. You stop assuming emotions mean something is wrong. You stop attaching meaning to every mental ripple. You gain the calm confidence of someone who watches their mind with gentle authority. And this nightly practice doesn't end when you fall asleep. It shapes your dreams. It shapes your emotional processing. It shapes the way your subconscious organizes the day's experiences. Dreams become less chaotic. Emotional charge decreases. Mental clutter fades. By the time you wake, something feels different. You no longer react to everything instinctively. You have a gap, a breath, a space between stimulus and response. An inner pause that feels like a superpower. People say something sharp and you don't sting. A problem appears and you don't panic. A fear arises and you don't collapse. Because you've trained the deepest part of your mind to observe before it engages. Emotionless observation is not coldness. It is clarity. It is freedom. It is inner stability so solid that you can experience emotion fully without being owned by it. You can feel joy without clinging. You can feel sadness without drowning. You can feel fear without obeying it. Night after night, this neutrality becomes part of your identity. You become someone who sees clearly, responds deliberately, and moves through life with a stillness that others sense but cannot explain. This is the gift of the night. A private dojo where you train the mind in silence. A sanctuary where observation replaces reaction. A space where your emotional world becomes something you witness, not something you fear. Over time, emotionless observation doesn't just become a skill, it becomes your natural state. A quiet strength, a steady presence, a freedom that grows in the dark and shines through everything you do in the light. As emotionless observation becomes natural in the quiet hours of the night, another layer of strength begins to rise, one that the Stoics valued profoundly. It is the quiet reclaiming of personal authority, not the loud, forceful kind people imitate in the day, not the type that needs dominance or attention. This is self-authority, the inner command that comes from trusting your own judgment, your own values, your own compass. And the most potent time to cultivate it is just before dreams, when the mind is slipping into openness and the subconscious is ready to be guided. During the day, your authority is constantly challenged. Opinions, expectations, demands, criticism, comparison. Everything around you tries to bend your sense of direction. Most people unconsciously let the world shape their choices. They internalize voices that are not their own. They adjust themselves to avoid conflict. They seek permission, validation, reassurance. They forget their own voice in the noise of others. But at night, when everything external grows quiet, your inner authority finally has room to speak. This is the moment when you can reconnect with your own center, the part of you that knows what matters, what doesn't, what your life is truly about. And because the subconscious becomes highly impressionable just before dreams begin, whatever tone you set here becomes your unspoken guide the next day. Effortless self-authority doesn't come from forcing yourself to be confident. It comes from removing the internal barriers that make you doubt your own voice. It begins with a simple recognition as you lie in the dark. My life is shaped by my choices. This is not pressure, it is liberation. It shifts you from being someone who reacts to circumstances to someone who directs their own path. In this drowsy, in-between state, your inner critic becomes quieter. Your fears lose their sharpness. The emotional noise that usually influences your decisions softens. This creates a rare opening where self-authority can be reinforced gently instead of demanded forcefully. You begin by acknowledging the decisions you made today, big ones, small ones, even the ones you second-guessed. But instead of judging them, you see them as expressions of your current understanding. You remind yourself that every choice, even imperfect ones, teaches you how to lead yourself with more clarity. The subconscious absorbs this message and slowly replaces self-doubt with trust. This shift is powerful because authority is built on trust, and trust is built on consistency. Night after night, you teach your mind, I guide myself. I trust my judgment. I choose my direction. I don't need approval to know what is right for me. This repetition, spoken in the softness before sleep, settles into the deepest layers of your identity. Over time, it becomes your baseline, not forced, not willed, but natural. Effortless self-authority also requires separating your voice from the voices you've absorbed throughout life. Parents, teachers, friends, society, all the shoulds, musts, and ought-tos that shaped you without your consent. At night, when the ego relaxes, you can look at these influences with clarity. You can quietly ask, is this belief mine? If the answer is no, the subconscious begins letting it go. You slowly peel off layers of imposed identity. You rediscover what feels true. You return to your internal compass. This returning is the essence of self-authority. As you drift closer to sleep, you also release the fear of making mistakes. Mistakes only frighten you when you doubt your ability to recover. But the Stoics taught that mistakes are nothing more than practice. Nighttime is where this belief becomes real. You remind the mind that missteps don't diminish your authority, they refine it. The subconscious, ready to reorganize itself, absorbs this truth and stops treating decisions like threats. Effortless authority is not perfection. It is alignment. The alignment of your choices with your values, the alignment of your actions with your inner truth, the alignment of your behavior with your deeper self. Night is the best time to reinforce this alignment because the world is quiet enough for you to hear your own voice clearly. When you enter sleep with a sense of inner direction, the subconscious carries it into dreams. Dreams become a rehearsal for self-confidence, self-guidance, self-alignment. And when you wake, you feel it, an almost invisible but unmistakable shift. The day no longer pulls you around. You move with your own gravity. People notice it. Your decisions become clearer. Your presence becomes stronger. Your reactions become steadier. Your boundaries become firmer, not out of defensiveness, but out of self-respect. Effortless self-authority grows without strain. It rises from nightly reaffirmation. It strengthens through quiet belief. It anchors your identity without forcing anything. Night after night, before dreams remove the last trace of the day, you take a moment to return to yourself, to your values, your direction, your inner compass. You remind the mind gently, "I lead myself," and the subconscious listens. This is how the Stoics built unshakable presence, not through force, not through ego, but through nightly, effortless authority, a soft power that dissolves self-doubt and rebuilds a self that knows how to stand, how to choose, how to live from the inside out. As effortless self-authority settles into your subconscious, another layer of strength begins to awaken within you, one that doesn't need force, praise, productivity, or external momentum to exist. It is the quiet, invisible strength the Stoics called stillness. Not stillness as in inactivity or passivity, but an internal steadiness that remains calm regardless of what unfolds outside. A strength so subtle, most people overlook it because it hides beneath silence. Yet this quiet stability influences everything: how you react, how you speak, how you hold yourself, and how you face the world's unpredictability. And night, more than any other time, is where this stillness grows the most. During the day, that inner quiet is constantly drowned out by deadlines, interruptions, pressure, opinions, decisions, noise, and motion. Even in calm environments, the mind is busy carrying the weight of responsibilities and expectations. Your thoughts don't get enough space to breathe. Your emotions don't get enough room to settle. You rarely get a moment to meet yourself without something pulling you outward. But at night, when the world stops asking anything from you, you are given access to the untouched version of yourself, the part of you that is not reacting, not performing, not adjusting, not defending. This is where Stoic stillness begins to reveal itself. It starts subtly, breath deepening, thoughts slowing, tension leaving the shoulders, the grip of the day loosening. You begin sinking inward, not away from life, but toward a truer part of yourself. Beneath the noise, beneath the movement, beneath the worry, there is a layer of calm that has always existed. The Stoics believed that stillness is not something you must create. It's something you uncover. When the outer world fades, this inner world rises. This stillness is not emptiness. It's not numbness. It is strength in its purest form, the ability to remain grounded without needing constant reassurance, the ability to rest without guilt, the ability to let life unfold without panicking. When the mind touches this stillness before sleep, even briefly, the subconscious absorbs it as a reference point. It becomes a quiet reminder. Your power is in your presence, not your speed, in your composure, not your reaction, in your clarity, not your noise. As you settle deeper into this internal quiet, your body relaxes in ways it cannot during the day. The nervous system shifts from tension to restoration. Muscles release what they've been holding. The breath finds its natural rhythm again. Thoughts lose their urgency because your mind finally receives the message, "You are safe to stop now." That simple shift begins reprogramming the emotional core. You no longer feel the need to fight or fix every thought. You begin trusting the stillness within yourself as a place of power rather than a threat. With nightly practice, this stillness becomes less of a temporary state and more of a baseline. You wake feeling grounded instead of reactive, clear instead of scattered. The mind begins to trust calmness instead of chaos. You start noticing a new kind of patience in your reactions, a new kind of clarity in your choices, a new kind of resilience in your emotional responses. You find yourself pausing where you once panicked, observing where you once overreacted. This is stillness training your subconscious. This is stillness reshaping your behavior without effort. The Stoics knew that real strength is invisible. It is not about dominating life, but about not being dominated by it. It is not about controlling everything, but about not losing yourself when things shift. It is the ability to remain steady in the presence of pressure. And this steadiness grows in silence, especially in the moments before dreams, when your identity softens and the subconscious becomes open to absorbing new patterns. Touching stillness here, just feeling it without forcing anything, creates a profound imprint. It becomes the emotional anchor that carries you through the next day. As the nights pass, this inner quiet becomes familiar. You begin to feel it even during the day. Conversations that once overwhelmed you now wash over you. Stress that once consumed you now passes without grip. You feel less controlled by environments, moods, or other people's energy. You carry calm like a quiet aura. Others sense it even if they don't understand it. You become a presence, steady, grounded, soft, yet unshakable. This is the hidden gift of Stoic stillness, a form of inner power that grows while the world sleeps. A strength that doesn't make noise, a resilience that doesn't need armor, a quiet authority that comes from knowing that beneath every wave of thought and emotion there is a still, unwavering center, and that center belongs entirely to you. Night after night, that center grows stronger, deeper, and more permanent. And eventually, stillness stops being something you access. It becomes something you are. As stillness becomes a familiar inner landscape, and not just a fleeting moment before sleep, the mind becomes ready for something deeper, quiet resolve. Not the dramatic kind that shouts goals into the universe or relies on motivation that fades by morning. This is the calm, grounded resolve that grows slowly, silently, and steadily inside you. The kind that guides your future behavior without needing to be forced. And the Stoics understood that the perfect time to plant the seeds of this resolve is during evening introspection, when the noise of the world has faded and the subconscious is open to shaping. During the day, resolve is easily distorted by pressure, fatigue, frustration, and external influences. Your intentions get pulled in different directions, your clarity becomes tangled, your deeper values get overshadowed by urgency. But at night, when the mind softens and you're no longer reacting to situations, you gain access to your inner truth, the part of you that knows what you truly want to become, not what you feel pressured to become. Evening introspection allows you to meet this version of yourself honestly, without expectation or comparison. This introspection is gentle. It's not analysis. It's not self-criticism. It's a quiet returning. You look inward, not to judge the day, but to understand it. You feel your intentions beneath the surface, the small whispers of who you want to be, the tiny sparks of direction that go unnoticed during the rush of the day. In this soft space, your deeper values rise naturally. You begin to see what matters to you without the influence of others' opinions. This clarity is the soil where quiet resolve begins to grow. The Stoics believed that resolve is not born from discipline alone, but from alignment. Your behaviors matching your values, your choices matching your truth. And alignment is easiest to strengthen when the mind is tired enough to be honest, but awake enough to reflect. Evening introspection becomes the ritual where you check in with yourself and gently plant the intentions you want tomorrow to grow from. You may reflect on moments where you drifted away from your true self, not to punish yourself, but to understand the triggers. You may notice the small moments where you acted in alignment, patience in difficulty, courage in uncertainty, kindness in frustration. You acknowledge both. This creates an inner balance that allows resolve to grow without shame or ego. The subconscious absorbs the lesson that growth doesn't come from perfection, it comes from awareness. In this quiet reflection, you begin to plant tiny seeds of intention, the kind of person you want to be tomorrow, the energy you want to carry, the habits you want to strengthen, the reactions you want to refine. But these seeds are planted softly, not as demands, not as rigid goals, but as quiet choices. When planted in this half-relaxed state, they sink deeper than any daytime planning could. They bypass resistance. They settle into the emotional foundation of your identity. The subconscious loves clarity delivered without force. So when you end the day with gentle statements like, "Tomorrow I choose calm," or "I choose patience," or "I choose to act from clarity, not reaction," the mind holds on to these truths during sleep. They don't become pressure, they become direction. Sleep integrates them quietly, weaving them into the patterns that shape your behavior. Over time, this nightly planting of resolve becomes a form of identity gardening. You don't wake up trying to become someone different. You wake up already aligned with who you intend to be. You don't have to force discipline because the subconscious already understands your path. Your morning decisions become lighter. Your reactions become steadier. You act from intention instead of habit because you've prepared the inner soil for growth during the night. Quiet resolve is different from willpower. Willpower burns out quickly. Quiet resolve renews itself because it comes from within. It's not loud. It's not dramatic. It doesn't depend on emotion. It's the subtle conviction that rises when your values and your choices finally match. Evening introspection gives you the chance to realign those two every night, gently correcting your path without judgment. This practice also frees you from guilt. Instead of feeling like you failed when the day wasn't perfect, you simply evaluate and adjust. You don't carry the day's missteps into tomorrow. You don't cling to mistakes. You simply plant a better seed. This emotional reset is what prevents discouragement from becoming identity. It keeps your inner world moving forward, even on your hardest days. As the weeks pass, you begin to notice that your resolve is no longer something you chase. It's something you embody. You respond intentionally without trying. You follow your values naturally. You no longer need motivation spikes to act with integrity. The seeds you've been planting nightly have grown roots. They hold you steady. They guide you quietly. They influence your actions without overwhelming you. And this is the power the Stoics understood, that quiet practices done consistently shape identity far more deeply than grand efforts done occasionally. Evening introspection becomes the daily moment where you water the inner self you're becoming, slowly, intentionally, gently. You look inward not to fix yourself, but to align yourself. You plant the seeds of tomorrow's strength, and each night the soil becomes a little richer. The roots grow a little deeper. The resolve becomes a little steadier. You go to sleep not as someone trying to become better, but as someone already growing, quietly, steadily, authentically, from the inside out. As quiet resolve begins to take root through evening introspection, you'll notice something else rising from beneath the surface. Tomorrow, not the literal day, but the idea of it, the weight of it, the uncertainty of it. Tomorrow has a way of creeping into the mind, right when you're trying to rest. It shows up as subtle tension in the chest, scattered thoughts, imagined problems, silent fears of what might unfold. Even when today is ending, tomorrow tries to enter early, and for many people, this is where anxiety begins its nightly ritual. The Stoics knew this pattern well. They understood that the mind fears the unknown more than anything concrete. But they didn't avoid looking at tomorrow. They didn't run from uncertainty. Instead, they practiced forethought, premeditatio malorum, not to scare themselves, but to neutralize the emotional charge around what lies ahead. Forethought isn't pessimism. It's preparation. It's clarity. It's taking control of tomorrow's anxiety by meeting it calmly the night before, when your mind is soft enough to reshape how you relate to the future. This process begins with honesty. As you settle into the quiet of the evening, you acknowledge that tomorrow carries unknowns. Tasks, conversations, decisions, possibilities that feel bigger at night. Your mind, tired from the day, wants certainty, but there is none. And this craving for certainty is what creates anxiety. The Stoics met this directly. They didn't pretend tomorrow would be easy. They didn't pretend nothing could go wrong. They simply recognized that fear shrinks when you bring it into the light. Neutralizing tomorrow's anxiety starts by letting the mind calmly look at the things it fears, not emotionally, not catastrophically, just clearly. You let the possibilities appear, not because you want to suffer ahead of time, but because the mind relaxes when it sees that you are willing to face what may come. When you acknowledge potential difficulties with neutrality instead of dread, the subconscious stops treating them like threats. Then something subtle happens. The mind shifts from imagining disaster to preparing for reality. Stoic forethought isn't about predicting every detail. It's about reinforcing the belief that you are capable of handling whatever appears. As you lie in bed, you remind yourself gently, I can meet tomorrow as it comes. This simple truth weakens the emotional charge behind uncertainty. The subconscious absorbs the message that you don't need perfect conditions to be stable. This practice becomes even more powerful when you take a moment to walk your mind through the worst-case scenario, not to scare yourself, but to disarm the fear. You see that even if things go wrong, you can adapt, you can adjust, you can respond calmly, you can carry yourself with clarity. The moment the mind sees that you can survive the worst, it stops fearing the unknown. Anxiety loses its momentum because fear loses its exaggeration. Forethought also helps you separate what is within your control from what isn't. Anxiety comes from trying to micromanage the future. But when you acknowledge that some aspects are yours and some aren't, the subconscious stops clinging to everything. You feel your breath deepen. You feel your shoulders loosen. You feel tomorrow shrink back into its proper size, no longer a giant shadow hanging over the night. As you continue this gentle process, the mind begins to trust your ability to handle the coming day. That trust transforms the entire emotional landscape of your night. You're no longer bracing. You're no longer imagining endless possibilities. You're no longer mentally solving problems that don't exist yet. You're simply preparing yourself with an inner calm that remains steady regardless of what tomorrow brings. And here is the quiet magic. When you approach tomorrow with calm anticipation instead of anxious resistance, the subconscious starts reshaping your relationship with the future itself. You wake up feeling lighter. You think more clearly. You begin the day without tension because your mind no longer sees tomorrow as a threat. You approach the morning with a kind of gentle readiness, a grounded confidence that says, "Whatever comes, I meet it with strength." Over time, this nightly forethought becomes a shield against anticipatory anxiety. You stop losing sleep over what-ifs. You stop wasting energy rehearsing scenarios. You stop carrying tomorrow's weight into tonight's rest. You learn to meet the future with steady composure instead of fear. And you start noticing that anxiety begins dissolving at its source, not through distraction, not through denial, but through clarity. The Stoics understood a truth modern life often forgets. Tomorrow is not something you conquer, it's something you meet. And when you train the subconscious to meet it with calm forethought, you transform the way you carry yourself through each day. You become less reactive, less overwhelmed, less shaken by uncertainty. You live with more grace, more poise, more inner space. Night after night, you reinforce the message. Tomorrow does not control me. I am capable of meeting what comes. There is nothing the future can bring that I cannot face with a steady mind. And gradually, tomorrow stops being something you fear. It becomes something you're ready for. As the mind learns to release tomorrow's weight through quiet, stoic forethought, another truth becomes clear. Transformation doesn't always come from massive effort. In fact, the Stoics understood that the most powerful changes often begin with the smallest adjustments, tiny inner shifts made in the softest parts of the night. These subtle mental recalibrations, practiced consistently before sleep, begin shaping your identity, your emotional resilience, your clarity, and your peace without you even noticing. This is the essence of micro-stoicism. Small, intentional mental adjustments that require almost no effort, yet accumulate into profound inner strength. The beauty of these micro-shifts is that they work with the natural rhythm of the mind at night. When you're tired, your thoughts loosen. Your emotional defenses soften. Your subconscious becomes receptive. This is when even the smallest adjustment can imprint deeply. You're not forcing anything. You're not trying to be better. You're simply nudging the mind in a healthier direction, and the mind, relieved of pressure, accepts the guidance without resistance. Micro-Stoicism begins with awareness. As you lie in the dim quiet of evening, you notice the state of your mind. You notice the leftover tension from the day, the small irritations still buzzing in the background, the judgments you made without thinking, the tiny fears you picked up unconsciously. Instead of diving into them or pushing them away, you make one subtle shift. You acknowledge them without ownership. You gently tell yourself, "This doesn't have to stay with me." That single thought allows the emotional residue to loosen its hold. One small adjustment, yet it stops the mind from dragging unnecessary weight into sleep. Another micro-adjustment is soft reframing. When the mind brings up something you dislike about the day, you make a slight shift in interpretation. Instead of "I failed," you shift to "I learned." Instead of "this was stressful," you shift to "this challenged me but didn't break me." Instead of "I shouldn't have said that," you shift to "I can choose differently tomorrow." Each shift is tiny. Each shift requires no effort. Yet each one trains the subconscious to see life through clarity rather than self-criticism. Micro-Stoicism also thrives on brief moments of acceptance. Thoughts will rise. Emotions will pulse. Memories will flicker. Instead of resisting them, you make the smallest adjustment. You allow them. You let them float without clinging. You let them pass without analysis. That single act of acceptance tells the subconscious that you are safe within yourself, even when your inner world feels messy. Over time, this tiny practice dissolves the habit of emotional overreaction. Another micro-shift comes from calming intention. Before sleep, you quietly choose a direction, not a goal, not a demand, but an inner tone. You may whisper internally, "Tomorrow I choose calm," or "I choose patience," or "I choose clarity." These gentle phrases don't pressure the mind, they guide it. They become markers for the subconscious to follow. Because you're in a receptive state, these intentions sink deeper than anything you tell yourself during the day. Micro-Stoicism also includes momentary detachment. When you feel a lingering fear about tomorrow, you make a tiny shift. You mentally place the fear outside of yourself. You tell your mind, "This is not happening now." That second of clarity stops the anxiety cycle before it forms. The subconscious begins learning the difference between imagination and reality. This single adjustment rewires how your brain treats fear. One of the most profound micro-adjustments is soft gratitude. Not forced positivity, not a list, not a performance. Just the simple recognition of one small thing from the day that didn't go wrong. A moment of ease, a breath, a laugh, a warm interaction, even something ordinary. This miniature acknowledgement trains the subconscious to balance its focus. It prevents negativity from dominating your internal narrative, and because it's done softly, the mind doesn't resist it. Micro-Stoicism also helps you detach from identity. If the day made you feel inadequate or overwhelmed, you make one tiny internal shift. That was a moment, not a definition. This slight mental correction prevents the day from shaping the story you tell about yourself. The subconscious absorbs the truth that identity is fluid, not fixed. And with nightly repetition, you stop carrying emotional labels into tomorrow. These small adjustments, practiced consistently, change everything. They shift your emotional baseline. They reshape your inner story. They reduce reactivity. They build resilience quietly, the way nature strengthens roots in darkness. Micro-Stoicism doesn't ask for discipline. It asks for awareness.
It doesn't require effort, it requires presence. It doesn't demand transformation, it nurtures it. Over time, you wake with more ease. You handle setbacks without spiraling. You approach conversations with more balance. You think with more clarity. You feel less pressure to control everything. People sense something different within you. Not intensity, but steadiness. Not confidence, but quiet self-possession. This strength didn't come from grand gestures. It came from tiny recalibrations you made night after night. Life changes most when the mind changes quietly. Micro-Stoicism proves that you don't need more effort. You need more gentleness, more awareness, more inner precision. Small shifts repeated nightly become lifelong transformations. As micro-Stoicism begins shaping your nightly rhythm, you start noticing something subtle but profound. A growing ability to step back from emotional noise without feeling cold, distant, or disconnected. This is where the Stoics introduce one of their most misunderstood yet life-changing skills: strategic withdrawal. Not avoidance, not suppression, not running away, but consciously stepping back from emotional chaos so your clarity, dignity, and inner stability aren't swallowed by it. And night is the perfect time to practice this, because the emotional chaos of the day still echoes inside you, with far less force, far less momentum, and far less distortion. During the day, when chaos hits, arguments, disappointments, misunderstandings, overwhelm, you don't always have space to process it. You're expected to respond quickly, keep functioning, stay composed, keep moving. So the emotional residue stays stuck in your system, circling your thoughts, tightening your breath, reducing your perspective. But at night, when the world finally stops pulling at you, you gain the distance needed to see the day from a wiser angle. You are no longer inside the chaos. You are above it, watching it through the softening lens of a quieter mind. Strategic withdrawal begins with recognizing that not every emotional situation deserves your immediate engagement. Some moments require distance. Some problems require time. Some exchanges require silence. And people who drain your emotional energy often thrive on your immediate reactions. When you withdraw, not physically but mentally, you interrupt the cycle. At night, your mind is soft enough to revisit chaotic moments without being swept into them. You gain clarity that isn't available during the heat of the moment. You might recall an argument, a stressful conversation, a moment where someone projected their frustration onto you. Instead of reliving the frustration, you allow yourself to step back internally, like a quiet observer watching from a distance. You see the emotions without becoming the emotions. You see the behavior without taking it personally. You see the chaos without placing yourself inside it. This is withdrawal, not escape. It is choosing your position consciously rather than being dragged into emotional storms you didn't start. The subconscious absorbs this distance as a new pattern, the understanding that chaos doesn't automatically require your involvement. You don't have to respond instantly. You don't have to fix everything. You don't have to absorb the moods of others. You don't have to match the energy thrown at you. This realization begins to change the way your emotional system operates. Reaction becomes optional, not automatic. As you drift towards sleep, strategic withdrawal also helps you evaluate emotional situations with honesty. You notice what belonged to you and what didn't. Most chaos comes from mixing the two. You pick up burdens that aren't yours. You feel guilty for things you didn't cause. You personalize moods that originated in someone else's unresolved pain. You carry responsibility that was never yours to hold. At night, you can finally place these weights back where they belong. Not with resentment, just with clarity. Withdrawal also allows you to return to yourself
which is something emotional chaos tries to pull you away from. When you're overwhelmed, you lose your center. When you withdraw strategically, you find it again. You reconnect to your own breath, your own thoughts, your own intuition. You remind yourself quietly, "This is who I am," instead of letting chaotic moments define you. This reconnection becomes the foundation of emotional maturity. Over time, this nightly withdrawal transforms your relationship with chaos altogether. You begin to see chaotic behavior as a reflection of someone else's inner world, not proof of your failure or a threat to your stability. You stop feeling responsible for fixing other people's emotions. You stop letting external turbulence dictate your internal peace. This doesn't make you detached, it makes you emotionally intelligent. You choose engagement when it's wise. You choose distance when it's necessary. Strategic withdrawal also strengthens boundaries. It teaches your subconscious that it is allowed to step back, that you don't owe constant emotional labor, that your peace is not a luxury, it is a responsibility. Once this wiring sinks in, you become less reactive during the day. You pause instead of rushing in. You observe before responding. You wait instead of escalating. You choose your involvement consciously. People begin noticing your calm, your clarity, your stability, not because you suppress emotions, but because you don't allow chaos to hijack your inner world anymore. This shift creates an emotional buffer that protects you without isolating you. You remain present without being shaken. You remain empathic without being drained. You remain connected without being consumed. Night is where this skill develops, because night gives you space from the noise. The soft edges of consciousness allow you to review the emotional storms of the day like weather patterns passing in the distance. You see where you got pulled in unnecessarily. You see where you gave too much. You see where you absorbed chaos that wasn't yours. And each night you step back mentally, you teach the subconscious something powerful. Peace is a choice, not a reward. Soon, this distance becomes instinctive. Emotional chaos no longer pulls you in by default. You respond from calm. You choose from clarity. You protect your inner space without guilt. And this subtle but transformative skill, practiced each night in soft awareness, becomes one of the most valuable inner tools you carry through life. Strategic withdrawal is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is the recognition that you do not have to enter every battle, absorb every emotion, or solve every problem. Some storms are weathered best from the sidelines, where your stillness remains intact and your strength remains untouched. And every night, as the world fades and your mind steps back, you reinforce the truth. You are allowed to withdraw. You are allowed to protect your peace. You are allowed to stay steady while the world spins loud. As strategic withdrawal becomes part of your nightly rhythm and the emotional noise of the day loosens its grip, another truth begins to surface. One that the Stoics held at the core of their worldview. Today was imperfect, and that's exactly how it was supposed to be. Not because imperfection is desirable, but because it is unavoidable. And your relationship with this truth determines how much peace you carry into sleep and how much clarity you wake up with tomorrow. Most people enter the night dragging the weight of the day's imperfections, mistakes they made, moments where they fell short, things they said or didn't say, opportunities missed, emotions mismanaged, tasks left undone. The mind treats these imperfections like stains that must be scrubbed before rest is allowed. It replays conversations, revisits decisions, reevaluates everything through the harsh lens of hindsight until exhaustion forces sleep to take over. But this approach sabotages restoration. It keeps the nervous system on guard. It turns sleep into a continuation of the day's struggle rather than a relief from it. The Stoics practiced something radically different, grounding through acceptance. Not passive resignation, not hopeless surrender. Acceptance was clarity. It was the recognition that what happened could not have unfolded any other way, not because fate forces your hand, but because every detail of the moment shaped the outcome. Your energy level, your knowledge, your emotions, your environment, the behavior of others, the timing of events. You did what you could with what you had. Everyone else did the same. The day was imperfect because humans are imperfect. Acceptance grounds you because it removes the illusion that perfection was ever an option. It frees you from the endless tug-of-war between what happened and what should have happened. When you stop demanding that the day should have been different, the tension dissolves. The mind stops fighting, the heart stops judging, the body stops tightening. You become rooted in a simple truth. Today was enough. Not perfect, not flawless, but enough for today. This grounding becomes especially powerful at night, when the subconscious is open and the ego is tired. During the soft descent towards sleep, you have an opportunity to look at the day with compassionate honesty. You acknowledge the places where things didn't go smoothly. You see the moments where you were reactive, afraid, overwhelmed, or uncertain. But instead of condemning yourself, you choose to understand yourself. You let the imperfections exist without attaching shame to them. In doing so, you teach the subconscious that flaws are not failures. They are part of being human. This moment of acceptance rewires your emotional foundation. When the subconscious feels accepted, it stops bracing for future mistakes. It stops fearing judgment. It stops replaying the day looking for corrections. It shifts from self-criticism to self-regulation. You fall asleep from a place of calm rather than conflict. That shift alone changes everything. Acceptance also brings clarity. When you stop fighting the day, you can finally see it clearly. Not through anxiety, not through regret, but through understanding. You may realize that what felt like a mistake was simply a misunderstanding. What felt like a failure was actually growth. What felt like weakness was a moment of emotional overload rather than lack of character. Acceptance softens the interpretation so that the subconscious stores the day in a healthier way. This nightly grounding prevents emotional buildup. When you accept today's imperfection, you stop carrying unresolved tension into tomorrow. Each day becomes self-contained. Each night becomes a reset. Without acceptance, days bleed into each other like tangled threads. With acceptance, each day has a clean edge. You give yourself permission to start fresh instead of dragging an invisible burden into the next sunrise. Over time, this practice develops a quiet resilience. You become less afraid of making mistakes because you know you will accept them compassionately. You become less anxious during the day because you know you won't punish yourself at night. You become less reactive because your emotional system is not overloaded by accumulated shame. You begin to treat yourself with the same understanding you instinctively offer others. This inner grounding also changes your expectations of life. You stop holding the day to impossible standards. You stop expecting people to behave perfectly. You stop demanding that every conversation, task, or moment unfold ideally. Life becomes something you move through, not something you must control. And ironically, the less you demand perfection, the more capable you become. Sleep deepens, stress lowers, tension dissolves, You wake with more ease because you ended the day without resistance. You wake with more clarity because you didn't spend the night wrestling with what already happened. You wake with more confidence because you didn't undermine yourself in the darkness. This grounding practice is simple, but it is one of the most transformative Stoic principles you can bring into the night. Today was imperfect, and that is allowed. Acceptance anchors you to reality instead of fantasy. It gives you peace instead of pressure. It frees your energy for tomorrow instead of wasting it on yesterday. And each night, as you soften into sleep, you reinforce the truth the Stoics lived by. Imperfection is not a failure. It is the nature of life and the soil where wisdom grows. As acceptance of today's imperfection becomes part of your nightly rhythm, the mind becomes ready to face one of its oldest habits, worry. Not the small passing concerns that vanish as the day ends, but the deeper, repetitive worries that sit beneath the surface. The ones that whisper at night, not because they matter, but because they are unresolved. These worries don't ask for your attention, they steal it. They create loops that the mind rehearses endlessly, even when the situation is far beyond your influence. And this is where the Stoics brought in one of their sharpest tools, dissolving uncontrollable worries through reasoning. The unique power of nighttime is that the emotional charge of the day weakens. You're no longer in the middle of the chaos that fed the worry. You're not reacting to new stimuli. You're not performing. You're not problem-solving. In this softer atmosphere, worries show themselves clearly. Stripped of exaggeration, stripped of urgency. They reveal what they truly are, fears about things you cannot control. And the Stoics knew that once you see this clearly, the worry loses its authority. Stoic reasoning is not intellectual overthinking. It's not analysis that spirals into more anxiety. It's calm truth-telling. It's the act of gently questioning the mind's assumptions until the illusion breaks. You meet each worry with clarity, not panic. You strip it of its power by separating what's yours from what isn't. And night is the perfect time for this, because your defenses are low enough for truth to enter without resistance. The process begins with recognition. As the mind quiets and drifting thoughts rise, you notice the worries that linger. Maybe it's something someone might think, something someone might do, something you fear could happen, something outside your reach entirely. You don't suppress the worry, you let it appear fully. Many people suffer because they fight their worries instead of looking at them. But when you look directly at a worry from a calm state, it shrinks. Then comes the key Stoic question, the one that cuts through fear like a clean blade. Do I have any control over this? If the answer is no, the mind resists at first. It wants certainty. It wants prediction. It wants guarantees. But if you hold the question gently, the truth becomes undeniable. You cannot control another person's choices. You cannot control the past. You cannot control the future. You cannot control someone's opinions, someone's emotions, or the randomness of life. Once your mind acknowledges this truth, the emotional grip loosens. You stop feeling responsible for outcomes that were never yours. If the worry concerns something you can influence, Stoic reasoning shifts again. What small action can I take tomorrow? Not what you can do now. Not what you must fix instantly, just the smallest next step. This transforms anxiety into direction. The subconscious learns that problems are handled through action, not overthinking. But the most powerful relief comes from facing the worries that are truly outside your influence. The Stoics recognized that worrying about the uncontrollable is a misunderstanding of responsibility. Anxiety thrives on the illusion that you must prevent every possible negative outcome. But when you dissolve that illusion, the worry collapses. It has no structure left to stand on. As you drift deeper into the quiet, your reasoning becomes softer, more intuitive. You begin to see that uncontrollable worries are mental ghosts, nothing more. They appear to keep you safe, but they only exhaust you. You realize that worry has never protected you. It has only drained your energy, tightened your breath, disturbed your sleep, and distorted your clarity. This realization is not forced. It reveals itself naturally when the mind is tired enough to stop clinging. The subconscious absorbs this reasoning deeply. It begins to understand that if something is outside your influence, worrying about it is wasted life. And as this truth settles in, your nervous system relaxes. The body stops bracing. The mind stops looping. A quiet relief spreads inside you, not because the world changed, but because your relationship with it did. Over time, this nightly practice transforms your emotional architecture. You wake up lighter because you didn't spend the night wrestling with what you cannot command. You move through the day more grounded because you no longer carry invisible pressure to control the uncontrollable. You become more patient, more present, more resilient. People sense that your calm is real. It isn't forced. It isn't performative. It isn't fragile. The real magic happens when Stoic reasoning becomes instinctive. Worries arise, but your mind immediately checks. Is this mine? If not, it releases. Not with struggle, naturally. If it is yours, you create a plan. If it isn't, you return to yourself. This is freedom, not the absence of problems, but the absence of unnecessary suffering. Every night, as you lie in the quiet, you dissolve the worries that don't belong to you. You separate reality from imagination. You reclaim the energy that anxiety once stole, and slowly you teach the deepest parts of yourself the truth the Stoics lived by. Uncontrollable things deserve no fear. Uncontrollable things deserve no tension. Uncontrollable things deserve no space in your heart. Only what is yours belongs to you, and the rest can finally fall away. As your mind grows stronger at dissolving worries you cannot control, another subtle burden rises into awareness: criticism. Not just the harsh kind that is spoken aloud, but the quiet judgments you imagine others hold. The tones you replay, the expressions you overanalyze, the opinions you fear, and the disapproval you brace yourself for. Criticism, whether real or imagined, leaves an imprint, and that imprint becomes part of your emotional reflex system unless you retrain it. The Stoics understood that nothing weakens a person more than being overly sensitive to judgment. They also understood that this sensitivity is not a conscious choice. It lives in the subconscious. It comes from old wounds, old patterns, old fears of not being enough. And because these patterns live deep inside, the best time to reshape them is not during confrontation, not during conflict, not when emotions are high, but at night, when the mind is soft, the ego is quiet, and the inner defenses lower naturally. Nighttime becomes the perfect arena for desensitization, not through exposure to more pain, but through controlled rehearsal, where criticism loses its emotional force and becomes something neutral, almost meaningless. The Stoics used this method long before psychology gave it a name. They understood that the mind becomes stronger when it is exposed to imagined difficulty under a calm state, rather than a reactive one. The subconscious learns that criticism is not danger, it's simply noise. The practice begins with gently revisiting moments of criticism or imagined judgment from the day. This may sound uncomfortable, but nighttime changes the emotional temperature. You're not reliving it with the same intensity. You're looking at it from the outside,
as if through a quiet observer's lens. A comment someone made, an expression you misinterpreted, a tone that stung, even the fear of what someone might think of you. You allow the memory to appear, not to trigger you, but to neutralize it. In this softened, half-conscious state, the subconscious becomes more impressionable than at any other time. When you bring up criticism here, not with pain, but with calm curiosity, you separate the emotional reaction from the event itself. You're no longer reliving the threat, you're rehearsing the response. You teach your mind that criticism does not define you, does not harm you, does not diminish your worth. This nightly rehearsal trains the mind to see criticism as a passing perception rather than a verdict. You quietly remind yourself, that was someone's opinion, not my identity. That was their mood, not my value. That was a moment, not a truth. These statements, delivered in the relaxed edges of consciousness, sink deeper than anything you tell yourself while fully awake. During the day, your ego resists these truths. At night, your subconscious accepts them easily. The next layer of this practice involves imagining criticism, not to wound yourself, but to weaken the emotional response that criticism triggers. You picture someone misunderstanding you, judging you, dismissing you, or disagreeing with you. But instead of reacting, you hold your ground calmly. You breathe. You watch. You feel the emotional wave appear and then fade, because you are not feeding it. This is where desensitization begins. The mind learns that criticism is survivable, that discomfort does not equal danger, that you remain whole regardless of someone else's perception. Each rehearsal loosens the grip criticism has on your emotional system. Over time, the subconscious stops viewing criticism as a threat altogether. It begins treating it the way the Stoics did, as information, opinion, or noise, nothing more. The emotional charge weakens. The sting fades. You wake with a kind of quiet confidence that doesn't depend on external approval. You become less reactive in conversations, less afraid of being misunderstood, less affected by disapproval. It becomes natural to think, they're allowed to have their view, without internal collapse. It becomes easy to maintain composure when someone speaks sharply. It becomes instinctive to realize that not every opinion deserves a reaction. This isn't arrogance, it's emotional maturity. You're not rejecting feedback. You're filtering it. You're separating what is useful from what is irrelevant. Nightly rehearsal also dissolves the deeper fear beneath criticism, the fear of being exposed, of not being good enough, of being inadequate. When you rehearse criticism calmly, the subconscious learns the truth. You can face discomfort without breaking. You can stand in front of judgment without shrinking. You can remain whole even when someone else sees you through their own distorted lens. As the nights go on, something extraordinary happens during the day. Criticism no longer triggers shame. It no longer activates defensiveness. It no longer sends the mind spiraling. You hear it differently. You feel it differently. You respond differently. The emotional spike that once accompanied judgment simply doesn't appear. You stay steady, grounded, quietly secure. People will notice. They'll sense that you're harder to provoke, harder to manipulate, harder to shake. Not because you've become cold, but because you've become trained. Because your mind has learned, in the quiet hours of the night, that judgment does not touch the core of who you are. This is Stoic desensitization. Not force, not armor, not pretending. A gentle, nightly rewiring of the emotional reflex that makes you susceptible to criticism.
Every night, you take a step toward emotional freedom, and every morning you rise a little less defined by others and a little more defined by the quiet strength you built in the dark. As your mind becomes less sensitive to criticism through gentle nightly rehearsal, you gain a kind of emotional space that most people never experience. And in that space, something else becomes visible: emotional residue. The leftover feelings, reactions, tensions, disappointments, irritations, and confusions that didn't fully resolve throughout the day. These aren't dramatic emotions. They're subtle, quiet, lingering just beneath awareness. And unless you remove them, they accumulate, day after day, week after week, eventually creating heaviness, tension, reactivity, and fatigue that feel like your personality when they're really just emotional build-up. This is where the Stoics used one of their most powerful nighttime practices: reframing. Not as positive thinking, not as denial, not as delusion, but as emotional detoxification. Reframing is a gentle shift in perspective that neutralizes emotional residue so the subconscious doesn't carry it into tomorrow. It is a nightly cleaning of the mind, the way you would rinse the day's dust from your skin. Stoic reframing begins with one simple truth: emotions come from interpretations, not events. What happened today is fixed. What it meant is flexible. And the meaning you attach to events determines the emotional weight you carry. At night, your mind is soft enough to question the meanings it clung to during the day. You are no longer defending your ego. You are no longer trying to be right. You are no longer lost in immediacy. In this softness, reframing becomes effortless. You begin by recalling something that bothered you today, not to relive it, but to view it with new clarity. You look at the moment from a slight distance, less emotionally charged, more observational. Maybe a conversation lingered in your mind. Maybe someone's tone bothered you. Maybe something didn't go your way. Maybe your own reaction felt too strong. In the quiet of night, these events lose their intensity. You can finally see them without being swallowed. Once the event is clear, you softly introduce a new interpretation. Not an overly optimistic one, not a forced one, just a kinder, truer one. Maybe they acted that way because they were stressed. Maybe this setback protected me from a worse outcome. Maybe this wasn't personal. Maybe my reaction came from exhaustion, not failure. Maybe I learned something valuable. These gentle reinterpretations are not excuses. They are emotional corrections. They remove layers of negativity the ego added during the day. The subconscious absorbs these new meanings instantly because nighttime lowers its resistance. This allows emotional charge to dissolve. What felt sharp now feels dull. What felt heavy now feels light. What felt personal now feels neutral. This emotional detoxification is not about rewriting reality. It's about rewriting the harmful narratives your mind created automatically. The subconscious clings to these narratives unless you challenge them. But when you reframe at night, the mind receives a new blueprint, a calmer, more rational understanding of the day. Sleep then seals this understanding, storing it as emotional truth. As you continue reframing different moments, you begin to notice something remarkable. Patterns. You see which situations consistently trigger you. You see which beliefs distort your emotional responses. You see how often your mind assumes the worst. You see how many of your reactions come from misunderstanding, projection, or old conditioning. And with each reframed moment, the pattern weakens. This process also detoxifies the body. Emotional residue isn't just mental. Your muscles store tension, your breath shortens, your chest tightens, your jaw clenches. When you reframe an emotional moment, your physiology responds. A loosening, a softening, a sense of release. This is not imagined, it is neurological. The brain updates its understanding, and the nervous system follows. Stoic reframing also reduces rumination. Rumination is the mind trying to make sense of something it interpreted incorrectly. When you correct the interpretation, the loop breaks. The subconscious stops circling. It no longer needs to replay the memory because the emotional confusion is resolved. You fall asleep cleaner, lighter, more grounded. Over time, this nightly detox shapes your daytime emotional life. You no longer carry days' worth of tension into new situations. You no longer react with old emotional baggage. You no longer blur today with yesterday. You become more present, more stable, more objective. You respond to situations as they are, not as your past conditioned you to believe they are. People begin noticing this shift. They sense a calm but alert presence in you, a person who doesn't get tangled emotionally, who doesn't escalate unnecessarily, who can see clearly while others drown in their own interpretations. You begin feeling mentally spacious, emotionally uncluttered, psychologically fresh. This isn't because life changed, it's because you began clearing the emotional dust every night instead of letting it form layers. This is emotional hygiene. This is psychological clarity. This is Stoic reframing at night, the quiet practice that purifies the mind, resets the emotional system, and prepares the subconscious to meet tomorrow without yesterday's residue.
Your nights become healing, your mornings become lighter, your days become clearer.
And slowly, without effort, you become someone who carries far less emotional weight. Not because life became easier, but because you finally learned to release what was never meant to be carried. As your nightly reframing clears away emotional residue, something profound begins to open inside you, a space not filled with stress or distortion, but with clarity. And in that clarity, the Stoics introduced one of their most counterintuitive practices, a technique powerful enough to transform both your emotional resilience and your capacity for gratitude, preparing for the worst to feel more appreciation for the best. This idea confuses many people because they misunderstand it. They think preparing for the worst means expecting the worst, living in fear, or imagining catastrophe. But Stoic preparation is something entirely different. It's not a dark imagination exercise, it's a grounding practice. It's a calibration of perspective. It's a nightly reminder that the things you rely on, the people you love, and the comforts you enjoy are not guaranteed, which is precisely why they matter so deeply. And night is the perfect time for this practice. During the day, your mind is too busy to notice how much you take for granted. You're focused on tasks, distractions, responsibilities, and details. You forget the miracle of ordinary moments. But at night, in the quiet softness before sleep, there's enough space to see clearly again. The mind becomes honest. It becomes reflective. It becomes capable of feeling appreciation without forcing it. Stoic preparation begins with something simple. Acknowledging that life is unpredictable, not in a fearful way, but in a truthful way. You let the mind gently recognize that everything familiar, your home, your routines, your relationships, exists on loan from a world that owes you nothing. And instead of causing anxiety, this realization deepens gratitude. You might think briefly of something in your life you would be devastated to lose, not to scare yourself, but to wake yourself up emotionally. A person, a place, a comfort, a freedom. You imagine the fragility of it, and in the next breath, you recognize, but I still have it. That single recognition fills the subconscious with a wave of appreciation that no affirmation or gratitude journal could ever produce. Because gratitude born from contrast, the contrast between presence and absence, is real. The Stoics practiced this nightly because it anchored them. It prevented entitlement. It kept their values sharp. It reminded them that nothing is permanent, so everything deserves reverence. They didn't dwell in fear. They dwelled in awareness. And that awareness sharpened their joy. Nighttime enhances this practice because your emotional defenses are down. The mind isn't trying to distract itself. The ego isn't demanding perfection. You can touch vulnerability safely, gently, without overwhelm. And when your mind encounters even a glimpse of loss in this softened state, it rebounds with appreciation, strong, sincere, unfiltered appreciation. You realize how precious your relationships actually are. You realize how rare your comforts actually are. You realize how meaningful your routines actually are. You realize how fragile your opportunities actually are. And from this realization, your heart opens, not in a dramatic way, but in a grounded, deeply human way. This grounding also strengthens resilience. When you prepare for the worst calmly at night, you weaken the subconscious fear of loss. You teach your mind that life's uncertainties are not threats. They're realities you can meet with strength. The next day, you find yourself less shaken by surprises, less fearful of change, less resistant to challenges. You've already rehearsed the possibility of loss in a calm state, so your emotional system becomes more flexible, more adaptive, more steady. Ironically, preparing for the worst makes the heart lighter, not heavier. It dissolves the illusion of permanence that causes so much suffering. It removes the entitlement that leads to frustration. It softens expectations that become sources of disappointment. When you no longer assume everything must stay the same, you stop resisting the natural flow of life. And something beautiful happens. Appreciation becomes effortless. You wake up the next morning noticing things you once overlooked. The softness of your bed, the warmth of your home, the presence of the people you love, the freedom of your choices, the small moments that quietly shape your joy. You feel gratitude without having to generate it. It rises naturally because your mind understood the night before that nothing is guaranteed, and that nothing guaranteed is what makes everything meaningful. With nightly practice, appreciation becomes a deeply ingrained emotional reflex. You value what you have while you have it. You stop postponing joy. You stop assuming there will always be another day, another chance, another moment. You begin living more fully in the present because you understand the fragile beauty of being alive. Stoic preparation doesn't darken the mind. It brightens it. It doesn't remove joy. It multiplies it. It doesn't create fear. It destroys fear's illusion of control. Each night, you allow your mind to brush against life's uncertainty, not to scare yourself, but to awaken yourself. And each morning, you rise with a heart sharpened by perspective, a heart capable of seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary, the sacred in the simple, the miracle in the everyday. This is nightly preparation. This is enhanced appreciation. This is the Stoic way of keeping gratitude alive. Not through lists, not through effort, but through the quiet understanding that what you have today is precious precisely because it may not always be here. As nightly preparation sharpens your sense of gratitude and softens your fear of loss, a new kind of clarity begins to settle into the mind, one that changes the way you interpret the challenges you face each day. Instead of seeing difficulties as obstacles or punishments or signs that life is unfair, you begin to see them through the same lens that Seneca used. Every problem is training, not punishment, not misfortune, training. Seneca believed that life doesn't weaken you with hardship, it strengthens you through it. He compared daily problems to the exercises a skilled trainer gives an athlete. The trainer doesn't offer comfort, he offers resistance. Not to harm the athlete, but to shape them, to sharpen them, to prepare them. From Seneca's perspective, every irritation, delay, conflict, mistake, frustration, or unexpected challenge is another weight being handed to you, not to break you, but to build your capacity. And night is the perfect time to adopt this lens. During the day, problems feel personal. They feel urgent. They feel like disruptions. Your mind is too involved, too close to the events, too entangled in outcomes to see clearly. But at night, when the noise fades and the emotional temperature drops, you finally have enough distance to reinterpret what happened through Seneca's eyes. You aren't reacting anymore. You're learning. You're processing. You're expanding your understanding of yourself and the world. When you reflect on your day from this vantage point, something powerful happens. Moments that frustrated you begin to reveal their purpose. Someone's disrespect becomes an opportunity to practice composure. A delay becomes training for patience. A misunderstanding becomes training for communication. A mistake becomes training for humility. A challenge becomes training for resilience. You stop asking, "Why did this happen to me?" and start asking, "What is this preparing me for?" This shift alone dissolves a tremendous amount of emotional strain. Problems stop feeling like attacks. They stop feeling like evidence that life is going wrong. They become neutralized, not by ignoring them, but by assigning them a new meaning. The subconscious absorbs this meaning instantly at night, when your ego is relaxed and your emotional resistance is low. You're no longer fighting the day, you're integrating it. Seneca's lens transforms your internal dialogue. Instead of beating yourself up for reacting emotionally, you see that moment as a training rep. Instead of feeling ashamed for losing patience, you see it as feedback about where your growth lies. Instead of feeling discouraged by setbacks, you recognize that they are simply tests of your direction. Problems become part of the curriculum, not interruptions to it. Nighttime reflection makes this reframing easier because your mind naturally steps into a more philosophical state when the world is quiet. You are not rushing, you are not pressured, you are not performing. You can finally see the deeper patterns at play, and in that clarity, the day's frustrations lose their sting. They become lessons instead of wounds. This nightly reinterpretation also builds emotional endurance. When you repeatedly tell your subconscious, "This was training," you teach yourself not to collapse under pressure. You teach yourself that setbacks are survivable. You teach yourself that difficulty does not diminish your worth, it expands your potential. Over time, this builds a type of inner muscle that carries you through future challenges with grace. You begin to notice that problems stop overwhelming you the next day. Instead of spiraling into frustration, you pause, you evaluate, you see the value behind the discomfort. You adopt a calm curiosity. This is not denial, it's mastery. Seneca believed that the person who can reinterpret life's hardships is far stronger than someone who simply avoids them. With every night that you practice this lens, your inner stability deepens. You find yourself becoming less reactive in difficult moments because you've already trained your mind to see purpose where others see threat. You become the person who stays centered when others unravel because you no longer expect the world to be easy. You expect the world to shape you. This nightly practice also protects your self-esteem. When problems are seen as training rather than evidence of inadequacy, you stop internalizing failure. You stop treating every mistake as personal collapse. You stop assuming that difficulty means you're incapable. Instead, you begin respecting yourself for facing the very challenges that are building your character. Seneca's lens leads to a quiet confidence, one that doesn't depend on everything going right, but on your ability to handle things when they go wrong. That confidence grows silently while you sleep, as your subconscious reorganizes the day through this new meaning. You wake up feeling less afraid of the world because you've taught yourself that the world is shaping you, not breaking you. In time, daily problems stop feeling like burdens you dread. They become practice you accept. They become opportunities you recognize. They become the very experiences that strengthen your emotional, mental, and spiritual muscles. You stop wanting an easy life. You start wanting a meaningful one. And meaning is built in the moments that challenge you, not the ones that comfort you. Night after night, as you integrate the day with this Stoic perspective, your life shifts from something you endure to something you learn from. You begin to see the hidden curriculum behind every inconvenience. You begin to trust the process behind every difficulty. You begin to appreciate the strength quietly building inside you. This is Seneca's lens. This is training. This is how daily problems become the very foundation of your growth. All understood, all reframed, in the quiet wisdom of the night. As you begin to see daily challenges as training rather than punishment, something subtle but powerful starts to evolve inside you. The capacity to shift perspective quickly. Not hours later. Not at night during reflection, not after emotions settle, but in the moment. This ability is one of the rarest skills a human can develop, and the Stoics considered it a form of mental agility that separates those who are easily overwhelmed from those who remain steady no matter what happens. And the interesting secret is this. The habit of immediate perspective shifting is not built during the day. It's built at night, when your mind is soft enough to learn, flexible enough to absorb new responses, and quiet enough to imprint new reflexes. During the day, it's difficult to shift perspective quickly because emotions rise faster than reasoning. Stress, ego, expectation, fatigue, they all pull you into narrow thinking. You see only the surface of the situation. You interpret events through your emotional state rather than through clarity. But at night, when everything slows down and your subconscious becomes receptive, you have the perfect environment to train the mind in advance. You rehearse the shift so that tomorrow, in the heat of a moment, you can do it automatically. This practice begins with reviewing moments that felt emotionally heavy or distorted during the day. Instead of judging yourself for reacting, you use the quiet of the night to teach your mind a different angle. Maybe you got frustrated at someone. Maybe you took something personally. Maybe you felt overwhelmed. At night, without the heat of the moment, those situations lose their intensity. You can see them from above, not from inside. And from that vantage point, new interpretations reveal themselves. You might realize, I was tired, that's why I reacted. Or, they were stressed, it wasn't about me. Or, this wasn't a disaster, it was an inconvenience. Or, this won't matter in a month. Or, there was another side I didn't consider. These subtle shifts are not excuses, they are clarity. They remove emotional fog. They teach your subconscious that every moment has more than one angle. And the more you practice recognizing these angles at night, the faster your mind will find them during the next day. The subconscious learns through repetition. Every time you shift your viewpoint during evening reflection, you are rehearsing for tomorrow. You are creating mental grooves, pathways the mind will follow automatically under stress. Perspective shifting becomes a reflex instead of a struggle. What used to take hours now takes seconds. What used to overwhelm you now becomes manageable. This nightly practice also helps dismantle emotional rigidity. Most people react strongly because they believe their first interpretation is the truth. But true calm comes from recognizing that your initial perspective is often the least accurate. It's tied to emotion, fatigue, insecurity, or old conditioning. By training yourself at night to challenge your first interpretation, you weaken the belief that your immediate reaction is the correct one. This creates space between stimulus and response. And that space is where wisdom enters. As the habit forms, you notice the shift during the day. A stressful event happens, and your mind pauses instead of spiraling. A rude comment appears, and you feel curiosity instead of defensiveness. A problem arises, and your first thought isn't, "Why me?" but "What's the actual perspective here?" This is the Stoic mind at work, not through force, but through training quietly in the background each night. Perspective shifting also softens the ego. The ego wants to be right, to be validated, to feel safe. But when you teach yourself nightly that there are always multiple interpretations, the ego loosens. It stops assuming, it stops attacking, it stops panicking. The mind becomes flexible, open and adaptive, qualities that make you emotionally strong in a world that constantly tests you. This habit also builds emotional resilience. When you can shift perspective quickly, you no longer drown in your initial reaction. You don't get stuck in narrow thinking. You don't repeat old emotional patterns. You regain control of the narrative inside your mind. You respond from wisdom, not impulsiveness. This practice even affects how you sleep. When you shift perspective at night, unresolved tensions dissolve. What once kept you awake loses its grip. The subconscious enters rest with clarity instead of confusion. And because perspective determines emotion, you sleep deeper, not because life is easy, but because your interpretation of life has matured. Over weeks and months, this becomes one of your greatest strengths. Problems don't shake you the way they used to. People's behavior doesn't hook you. Unexpected events don't destabilize you. You become someone who can pivot emotionally, mentally, and spiritually with grace. Someone who can adapt in real time. Someone who sees the larger picture even when others can't. Immediate perspective shifting is not magic. It's training. And the training happens in the quiet darkness before sleep, when your mind is open enough to learn and calm enough to absorb. Each night, you refine your emotional lens. Each night, you widen your psychological field of view. Each night, you prepare yourself to meet tomorrow with clarity instead of confusion. This is how Stoics responded wisely in moments where others reacted impulsively. They didn't wait for calm, they built calm the night before. They rehearsed perspective so thoroughly that wisdom became instinct. And with each night you practice, you move closer to becoming that kind of person. Steady, flexible, unflustered, awake. As your mind becomes quicker at shifting perspective and no longer collapses under the weight of immediate emotion, something profound begins to awaken inside you. A deeper appreciation for existence itself. A sense of aliveness that gets buried beneath routine, responsibilities, worry, and the monotony of everyday life. The Stoics understood this, and they used one of their most misunderstood yet transformative practices to revive the human spirit nightly. Memento mori, remembering that life is finite, fragile, and fleeting. This practice was never meant to darken the mind or create fear. Quite the opposite. It was meant to sharpen presence, ignite meaning, reawaken gratitude, and remind the subconscious why being alive matters. And night is the perfect moment for this reflection. Not because it is morbid, but because it is honest. At night, distractions fade. Ego softens. The mind becomes truthful. And in that truth, the heart becomes receptive to what it has been ignoring, the simple miracle of having another day. Memento mori is not about obsessing over death. It's about using the awareness of mortality to deepen the quality of your living. When practiced at night, this awareness enters the subconscious gently, without fear, without drama, without panic. You're not imagining catastrophe. You're acknowledging the temporary nature of existence with calm recognition. This honesty brings you back to yourself in a way nothing else can. It strips away nonsense. It dissolves pettiness. It ends overthinking. It softens regret. It quiets the endless demands you place on yourself. Suddenly, what truly matters becomes visible in the soft darkness. When you lie there before sleep, you remind yourself, not with dread, but with clarity. This day will never come again. This moment is unique. There are only so many nights left in my life. Let me not waste this one in worry. I am alive now, and that is not guaranteed tomorrow. These truths, spoken softly to your subconscious, do something extraordinary. They reawaken the will to live. Not the frantic, pleasure-chasing will, not the desperate, fearful will, but the calm, grounded desire to experience life fully, consciously, and gratefully. Nightly memento mori has a cleansing effect on the mind. Petty frustrations lose significance. Resentments dissolve. The things you were anxious about suddenly appear small. The mistakes you made feel less fatal. The ambitions you obsess over lose their pressure. Mortality puts everything into perspective instantly. A perspective that creates peace, not fear. This practice also strengthens courage. When you confront the truth that life is temporary, you stop being paralyzed by what doesn't matter. You stop postponing decisions. You stop fearing judgment. You stop living cautiously. You begin to feel the quiet bravery that comes from accepting life on its terms instead of resisting its nature. Nighttime is where this courage takes root. The subconscious absorbs the message. I cannot control how long I live, but I can control how deeply I live. That single shift empowers you more than 1,000 motivational speeches ever could. And something else happens, something life-altering. You begin waking with a different energy. You feel more present. You listen more deeply. You savor more. You stop rushing through your days as if you have infinite time. You begin noticing beauty you overlooked, the warmth of a blanket, the sound of someone's laughter, the softness of morning light, the gift of breath. You become more patient, more compassionate, more aware. Life stops feeling like an obligation and starts feeling like a privilege. Nightly memento mori also dissolves regret. When you accept the finality of life, you stop clinging to what cannot be changed. You stop replaying past failures. You stop tormenting yourself with what-ifs. Instead, you focus on what can be shaped, the person you become tomorrow. Mortality reminds you that growth is possible because time exists, not despite the fact that it ends. And in the quiet of night, this realization becomes emotional truth. You whisper to your subconscious, I still have time to change. And the mind believes you. The greatest gift of this practice is the strengthening of your values. When you remember that life is finite, you stop wasting time on what doesn't align with your soul. You make decisions from your true self, not your fearful self. You stop living for approval and start living from authenticity. You begin creating a life you would not regret losing. Over time, memento mori becomes less about death and more about depth, less about endings and more about intention, less about fear and more about gratitude. You end each day with a renewed sense of purpose, not because you're afraid of running out of time, but because you are aware of its preciousness. You fall asleep with a heart that is awake, not dull, not numb, not overwhelmed, but alive. Night after night, as you gently remind yourself of life's impermanence, you build a mind that cherishes, a heart that appreciates, a spirit that engages fully with each moment. This is the Stoic way, not to fear death, but to let its shadow brighten your life, not to dread the end, but to let it sharpen your presence, not to mourn the finite, but to let it inspire you to live deeply while you can. Every night, memento mori becomes a quiet invitation to wake up, not just tomorrow, but inwardly, today. As nightly memento mori reawakens your appreciation for being alive, a new kind of spaciousness opens in the mind, a wider field of awareness that the Stoics stepped into deliberately. It's the ability to zoom out so far that your problems, fears, and pressures shrink into their true scale. This is the art of thinking in centuries, not days, a mental shift so vast that it dissolves anxiety, sharpens clarity, and changes the way you move through life. During the day, your mind is trapped in immediacy. You think in hours, you think in tasks, you think in deadlines, messages, expectations, and moments that feel urgent simply because they're happening now. The human mind defaults to short-term thinking because short-term thinking feels important. But urgency blinds you. It inflates small problems. It makes temporary setbacks feel permanent. It makes today's emotions feel like they define your entire existence. The Stoics trained themselves to zoom out, and night is the perfect time to practice this mental expansion. When the world grows quiet and your breath softens, the grip of immediacy weakens. Your mind becomes more receptive, more philosophical, more capable of seeing beyond the narrow boundaries of the day. In this openness, you begin to stretch your perspective across years, decades, even centuries. Thinking in centuries means lifting your gaze far above the crowded thoughts of the present moment. It means seeing your life not as a collection of stressful days, but as a long unfolding, a story that stretches far beyond today's frustrations. When you lie in bed at night, you remind the mind gently of a truth it forgets under pressure. Most of what feels overwhelming right now won't matter in a year, let alone in a lifetime. And when measured against centuries, almost nothing matters except how you lived, how you loved, how you grew, and what you contributed to the world. This shift isn't meant to diminish your life, it's meant to expand it. When you think in centuries, you stop demanding that today be perfect. You stop expecting life to unfold neatly. You stop assuming that every moment must feel meaningful. You recognize that significance grows slowly, like trees. That wisdom accumulates through seasons. That character is shaped by an entire lifetime, not a single day. Night is where this truth is easiest to feel. In that softness, you begin to see your problems differently. The argument that ruined your morning becomes a small ripple in your biography. The mistake you made becomes one sentence in a long chapter of growth. The fear you carried feels less threatening when viewed across the span of decades. The future becomes something spacious rather than suffocating. Thinking in centuries also frees you from the pressure to rush. Short-term thinking makes you impatient. I should be there by now. I'm falling behind. Why isn't this happening faster? But when you zoom out, you see that life is long. Growth is slow. Mastery is slow. Healing is slow. Wisdom is slow. Nothing meaningful is built in a day. The Stoics knew this intimately. They planted seeds knowing they would never see the full forest. Nighttime is where you teach your subconscious this patience. You remind yourself that you're not behind. You're not late. You're not failing. You are simply in your season. Thinking in centuries also softens the grip of fear. When your perspective expands, fear loses its urgency. You realize that uncertainty is not the enemy. It's the environment in which all great lives unfold. You realize that you don't need to predict everything. You only need to move steadily through time. You realize that the pressure of the present moment is often just a trick of perspective. This mental expansion gives you emotional space. Space to breathe. Space to think. Space to detach from the noise of the day. Space to choose your response instead of reacting impulsively. It also brings humility, not the kind that shrinks you, but the kind that frees you. You understand that you are part of something larger than yourself, larger than your fears, larger than your struggles. You begin to sense the long chain of humanity behind you and ahead of you, each person living their small slice of time, worrying about things that, when stretched across centuries, barely register at all. This takes the pressure off your shoulders. It softens the ego. It lightens your load. And as this practice deepens night after night, something beautiful begins to happen during the day. You stop collapsing under the weight of temporary emotions. You stop making decisions from impatience. You stop defining yourself by today's outcome. Instead, you begin acting from a long-term self, the version of you who thinks in decades, not minutes. You choose growth over gratification. You choose wisdom over reaction. You choose presence over panic. Thinking in centuries doesn't disconnect you from life. It connects you to it more deeply. You begin to feel time differently. You begin to appreciate the slow unfolding of your journey. You begin to trust the pace of your life rather than fighting it. Every night in the quiet, you remind your subconscious, this moment is part of something much bigger. This day does not define me. My life is a long story, and I am still writing it. And gradually, you become someone who carries vastness inside them, someone who moves through their days with grace, someone who stays steady when others crumble, someone who lives from a perspective wide enough to hold joy, pain, uncertainty, and hope all at once. This is the art of thinking in centuries. This is Stoic expansion of the mind. This is how the night teaches you to see your life, not through the small lens of today, but through the grand lens of forever. As your mind stretches into the wide perspective of centuries instead of days, something unexpected begins to happen. You stop gripping so tightly. You stop bracing for outcomes. You stop tying your peace to results you can't fully control. And in that loosening, another Stoic principle begins to rise naturally. Indifference to outcome. Not apathy, not carelessness, but a calm acceptance that you can influence the direction of your life, yet you cannot dictate every ending. This is one of the greatest sleep enhancers the Stoics ever discovered, because nothing disrupts rest more than attachment to outcomes. The mind stays awake trying to predict, trying to force, trying to secure what can't be guaranteed. You replay conversations hoping to manipulate how others see you. You revisit decisions wishing you could control how they unfold. You imagine future scenarios, believing that thinking harder will somehow make tomorrow safer. But outcome attachment only tightens the mind. It keeps your body tense. It pulls you into a state of vigilance long after the day is done. Night offers the opposite. Night invites surrender. Night encourages humility. Night whispers the truth the ego resists. You never had total control to begin with. And when this truth is accepted, not intellectually, but emotionally, it creates one of the deepest forms of relaxation the nervous system can feel. Stoic indifference to outcome begins with a gentle acknowledgement as you settle into bed. I've done what I can. The rest is not mine. These simple words loosen the mind's grip. They signal to your subconscious that the work of the day is complete, not perfect, not fully resolved, but complete in the ways that matter. This mindset matters because outcome attachment is rooted in fear. Fear of being wrong, fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of uncertainty, fear of loss. These fears activate the body as if danger is present, even when you're lying safely under blankets. But when you allow yourself to release the need to control, the fear dissolves. The body shifts from tension to openness. The breath deepens. The mind slows. Sleep no longer feels like something you must chase. It arrives naturally because nothing inside you is fighting anymore. At night, when your emotional defenses are lowered, this practice becomes even more transformative. You're not trying to control how the day will unfold tomorrow. You're not trying to rewrite what already happened. You're not trying to secure the approval of others in your mind's rehearsals. You simply let the outcomes of life remain open. You allow uncertainty to exist without resistance. This is not resignation. It's wisdom. Stoic indifference isn't about not caring about what you do. It's about caring only about what is truly yours. The effort, the intention, the character you bring to each moment. The results? They belong to the world. They belong to chance. They belong to elements far beyond your hands. And the moment you accept this truth, the emotional pressure that normally keeps you awake fades. The subconscious listens closely during this time. It absorbs the message that your job is simply to act with integrity, not to secure outcomes. And this message rewires your stress response. You stop feeling personally responsible for every possible future. You stop feeling guilty for not controlling the uncontrollable. You stop feeling haunted by what might happen. With nightly repetition, this practice dissolves perfectionism. Perfectionism is born from outcome obsession, the belief that only a specific result will validate you. But when outcomes stop defining you, you stop chasing perfection. You begin sleeping more peacefully because your worth isn't tied to external success. Your heart becomes calmer because you're no longer carrying the burden of proving yourself. This mindset also strengthens your resilience. Paradoxically, when you stop fixating on controlling outcomes, you perform better. You think more clearly. You act more naturally. You make decisions from wisdom rather than fear. You start each day unburdened, not because life got easier, but because you stopped gripping every detail of life as if it were life or death. Indifference to outcome also heals the deep anxiety that comes from over-identifying with goals. When a goal becomes tied to your identity, failing feels like dying. But when you detach gently, the goal becomes what it was always meant to be, a direction, not a verdict. As you lie in the quiet, you remind your mind softly, I release what I cannot control. I am not owed a specific outcome. I rest because I've given what I can. I trust myself to meet tomorrow as I am. These phrases are not affirmations, they are permissions. They give the mind the safety it needs to shut down its vigilance system and drift into deep rest. And something beautiful happens. Because you stop demanding certainty, you sleep with ease. Because you stop forcing life to bend to your will, you wake with clarity. Because you stop grasping for results, you regain your freedom. Night after night, this gentle indifference becomes part of your emotional foundation. You begin living from a place of calm commitment rather than anxious control. You act fully but release outcomes easily. You become someone who cannot be shaken by uncertainty because you no longer cling to guarantees. This is the Stoic way, a quiet acceptance that opens the door to profound rest, a soft surrender that strengthens your spirit, and a deep trust that gives you back your peace. When you finally close your eyes tonight, remember this. Mental strength isn't built through force. It isn't built through intensity. It isn't built through pressure. It's built through the small, silent shifts you make as the world fades and your inner world comes forward. Each night, you let go of who you were today. Each night, you release what you can't control. Each night, you soften just enough for wisdom to enter. And without trying, without forcing, your mind becomes steadier, quieter, clearer. All these Stoic practices you've learned, the gate between waking and sleep, the release of identity, the reframing of fear, the resetting of self-worth, the calming of tomorrow, the dissolving of tension, the embracing of imperfection, the quiet rebuilding of inner independence. They aren't grand strategies, they're gentle ones. And gentleness, repeated consistently, becomes unshakable strength. That's the secret. That's the transformation. That's how you become mentally strong, without even trying. You simply show up each night, soften, and let the mind repair itself the way it was designed to. If this journey spoke to something inside you, if even one lesson helped you breathe deeper or see yourself more clearly, I want to hear your voice. Drop a comment and write, "I choose calm," not for the algorithm, for yourself, as a small promise to the person you're becoming. And if you want more videos that strengthen your mind in the quiet, gentle way your soul actually understands, make sure you subscribe and hit the bell. Your future self, the calmer, wiser, steadier version of you, will be waiting for the next one. Rest well and rise stronger.